seen actually in some cases that the petitioners, when they take these, petitions to court, they end up, winning and reversing the decision of the Electoral Commission of Zambia. So we still have, time to talk about these particular elections. It's not yet over, even when the Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, today announces, aside from the petitions, Victoria, there is also another big event whoever is going to carry the day, inauguration, something that we will also, talk. Even the period that, this particular person is going, to rule, there are things that they have promised. And these are the things that we, the media, on behalf of the millions of, people, will be able to talk about, because we're talking about accountability here. How will this person, be able to fulfill the promises that they have made now that, they are elected? Even during the campaigns, I think whoever is going, to contest the election, then after 5 years, they will be looking at some of, these things. Victoria, as we wait for the Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, to announce the first batch, we know that in some constituencies, the status, as I think an hour ago, 2 or 3 hours ago, some of the results were not yet announced. We don't know if in Mandevu the results have been announced. Even in when Kawata they have announced, and the former member of parliament who was seeking re-election, that Mr. Tayengwa has lost to Danienga, who is from the NRP UP. In Matero, information that we're receiving is that the candidate Alexander, yes, has actually won that particular election. It's also another constituency, I think, that delayed in announcing the results.
It did delay, and I think from that constituency we did have a number of concerns, Darius. And I think if that post that I came across is truly authentic, Alex Sakala had actually considered defeat, and to see the turnaround in the election results. I mean, I think this is the beauty about democracy, because then you cannot just get away with anything. On the other day, Patrick Salubusa was rejoicing, and his members went to the house, jubilating before the declaration of the results had happened. But now we have Alexander Sakala, who has been duly declared as the winner of the Matero seat. This is a seat that was previously held by Mao Sampa, who is now the member of UPND Alliance, the former Patriotic Front president. I mean, I think he's still the president of Patriotic Front, but in this case, he is part of the alliance. And I think he has been able to play a critical role. We saw him during the campaigns, and he made it sure and announced that he was going to ensure that that particular seat was taken to Alexander Sakala. And here we are. He has gotten the seat.
Here we are, Victoria. And talk about Mr. Mao Sampa. I think his name dominated the political space because at one point the Patriotic Front had their intra-party wrangles that even went to court, and I think there are still court issues that have not yet concluded. It was at the center of the debate pertaining to who destabilized the then, or what was supposed to be the biggest opposition political party, that is the Patriotic Front. We saw the back and forth on who was the office bearer of the Patriotic Front, and this stems from the conference that he held, where he had
right here at
it was right here at Mulungushi, conference center, where there was Mr. Robert Chabinga, the filers, they call him, and Mr. Ngona. These are the people that were parties to the matters that were before court. His name still continues, to linger amongst, many people, critics, even because of what, we got to witness happening to the then, we can say the then opposition political party, that is, the Patriotic Front. I don't know of any candidates that stood under, the Patriotic Front Victoria, I don't think that we have candidates that stood under the Patriotic Front. Actually, Mr. Mausampa, with the former health minister, that's Dr. Chitalu, Chilufya, at some point, you and I were at Mulungushi Conference Center, and we waited for many hours to see them file in, their nominations as presidential candidates. What we saw was them just walking in and out of Mulungushi Conference Center, and they did not, succeed to file in their nomination. But for Dr. Chilufya, he's won the election seat, yes, as a member, of Parliament, from having, a presidential ambition to him now being a member of Parliament. We don't know if he was to express the presidential ambition in the next, general election.
Indeed, speaking of how we have not seen any Patriotic Front members standing on that particular ticket, there are still protracted legal battles that have not yet been concluded. And the electoral process emphasizes the need that the adoption certificate has to be signed by the president and the secretary general, whose names appear at the registrar of society. And in this case, Robert Chabinga and Mausampa were still in bad terms, and therefore we didn't know how the adoption certificates were going to be given, if at all any was going to be given. But another interesting factor, Darius, in this particular election is how members from the Patriotic Front that stood on the UPND ticket have actually lost the election. The likes of Robert Chabinga, the likes of Sunday Chanda, we know that a number of them have really lost, and others that served in the Patriotic Front as members of Parliament have actually made it back. Speak of the likes of Vincent Mwale, we have the former national coordinator of the DMMU, Chanda Kabwe. We have Mwenyam Senge back in Parliament. We have a number of these. We have Alexander Chiteme. We have quite a number.
Quite a number indeed. And also one interesting, member of Parliament who, I think has created a lot of, talk even during the campaigns is a young lady in Iris, Okaingu, Victoria. She is one of the new entrants to the Parliament that will have after all this, is done. This will be her first time in the House, and I think many people will look forward to see how the debates will be in the House. Her adoption became an issue because she had defected to the ruling party, that is, the UPND, but the UPND could not, adopt, her, and opted to, field in another candidate who has lost to her. Now she is going to be Mwandi, a member of Parliament. Chandakawe also is another new entrant, Victoria, to this, Parliament that will be seeing. So they are entering, Parliament as new faces. They will need, to acquaint themselves with the rules, parliamentary business. They will need to learn, all these, things. We've also seen, independent candidates, Victoria, winning. One example of an independent candidate who has won is a candidate from, Chongwe, a constituency, who has, managed to beat Madam Sylvia. Masebo, who was, Chongwe, a member of Parliament. I think it's a similar situation also on that regard when it comes to a person not being, adopted, and she opted to stand as an independent candidate and has won, actually with a huge margin. I don't know if Ms. Sylvia Masebo has conceded defeat, because we've not yet seen, a statement. But there are, other, members of Parliament that have conceded defeat. The ones that wanted to coming, to win this election or bouncing back as members of Parliament. But it's an election. It is what it is. At the end of it, or it is the voters that have got the powers. If they don't like you, they will not vote for you. If they like you, they will vote, for you. If there are, illegalities, here we are talking about the court processes. There's a judiciary. Probably we will see the judiciary becoming very busy after, the elections because of a number of petitions that they will need, to handle. A tribunal being created to look at the petitions that will be, filed in by the councillors, the mayoral candidates. When you look at mayoral candidates, Victoria, there's one, lady also whom we have seen being elevated politically, from her being a councillor to a council chairperson and now a member of parliament. That's, Kafue, I don't know if it's East or West, member of parliament, Humba Malambo. She contested, the election, and she's won the election, and she's going in also as a new entrant. As a member, of parliament. And I remember we covering her at the time that she was, a councillor. And I think she's highly, ambitious, Victoria. Not surprised that she was able to push until she was adopted by the ruling, party as a member of parliament that she's won. Still in Kafue, we've seen Mr. Obvious Mwaliteta also coming back into, politics, and this time around as a member of parliament. He's served before, I think, as a cabinet, as a minister, and I think it should be deputy, yes, as a minister. And this time around, he's going into parliament as a member of parliament for, Kafue. A turn of events there, Victoria.
Indeed, and I must say that it is gratifying to see how people get to grow politically as we remain journalists, and we have been covering them. I must mention of some of the candidates, of course, that are highly ambitious. I must talk of the Lima constituency member of parliament, Kelvin Kaunda. I think we were covering him at a time when he was Mwembeshi ward councillor, and he served the people of Mwembeshi for quite a long time. And that was a time when, you remember, when there was ritual killings, alleged ritual killings, and that was the time
I
when...
thought you are saying ritual siamunen.
At all. Not at all. I'm talking about the rituals, suspected ritual activities that were happening in his ward. And the members of his ward at the time took the law in their own hands by setting ablaze Mwembeshi police force at that time. And, government had refused totally to have anything to do with that place in terms of replacing that particular police station until the councillor at the time, Kelvin Kaunda, mobilized the community to come together and set up a building that they now call a police station. We know that it was recently handed over, and it has been voted in as the first member of parliament for Lima constituency. Remember that this is a constituency that was carved from the Matero constituency following the delimitation that the country had experienced after constitutional amendment. Another interesting part of this particular election, Darius, is we are going into this election where we will see proportional representation. We know that 40 seats have been reserved, 20% for the women, we have 15% for the youth, and we have 5% for persons living with disabilities. And we know that they ought to be shared by the first and the second runner-up.
Indeed, Victoria. So we expect to see more than 226 members, of parliament because of the 40 that comes in under, the mixed member proportion. So to have 226 elected members of parliament as a result of, the delimitation process. We were, just having a chat with one of, the stakeholders here on now that the constituencies have been, divided. The biggest thing that, electorates are looking out for is on whether or not their constituencies will now be developed with the increase in the constituency, development fund. The pattern that we are observing now, I think people, although in some constituencies, I think people are voting because they like you, despite you having, worked. But I think in most constituencies, it's about what has this particular member of parliament been able, to do working with, councillors and other leaders in that particular constituency. Overall, I think it also goes up and above that, a presidency level. So it's going to be a busy parliament, Victoria. 226, more than 226.
We have also the nominated ones, 11.
Yes, and you look at also the Speaker of the National Assembly. We don't know who is going to be, you know, the Speaker this time around, the Deputy Speaker, the second Deputy, you know, a Speaker. You are also looking at, you know, the Vice President, who's also going to be part of the House. So many numbers are expected.
We have seen expansions happening, not only at Parliament Motel, but
at Parliament Motel, yeah. We've seen the innovations, you know, going on. And obviously, I think Pali will somehow be restructured to accommodate these, you know, new entrants. But it's not yet over. Today, the people that have been, you know, voted may be celebrating. But hey, you need to look out for petitions, and these petitions will be analyzed by the judiciary. And it's after your petition, you know, has concluded or dismissed, maybe then you can have a sigh of relief for the seats that are going, you know, to be challenged. For those whose seats are not going to be challenged, well and good. I think it will be time for them now to be able to work and bring, you know, a development in the constituencies that they will be representing Victoria. We've been talking, and the Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ, are not yet here.
They're not yet here, and 23:56, we are getting to midnight. The chairperson had promised that she was going to come back today, but we are getting into tomorrow, which is Tuesday, and in anticipation of the results, the presidential results, and that is the last session. We expect that in this session, the winner will be declared, because we are only remaining with about 34 constituencies after having a lot of them announced earlier on. But also, Darius, looking at how the Electoral Commission of Zambia has been working tirelessly to ensure that the results are given timely and in a verified way, and they are trying to see that it's done in a transparent manner. We know that other stakeholders, like I mentioned earlier, have not been satisfied with the process. And this is why I think there are areas where we just spoke about, where you can adduce your complaints and also take them to see to it that they are tackled at that higher level. But just to make mention here, Darius, that regardless of the outcome, should it be Brian Munduwire or President Hakainde Hichilema, I think these are two political parties that will get to share the seats that will be given in Parliament. Here is where the mathematics now comes in, looking at the numbers. Who is the first? Who is the second? How is the 20% going to be shared? How is the 5% and the 15% going to be shared? It is going to be an interesting year, an interesting Parliament, and also looking at how interesting people are coming back to Parliament after having served Parliament, going away, and we thought they retired, and they came back, but they've had to win their seats and getting back to Parliament.
Well, Victoria, as we also wait for the Electoral Commission of Zambia to announce the next batch of results, I think at around 20 hours in Chawama, a winner had not yet been announced at, you know, parliamentary level. We are just receiving information that, you know, one of our correspondents there, together with, you know, other journalists, were actually moved at, you know, the polling, moved actually from the polling at the totaling center. I beg your pardon. And this was because of, you know, a situation that had transpired. It became a bit, you know, chaotic, and security ordered everyone, including journalists, to move out. The same situation in Lusaka's, you know, Mandevu constituency. Results may not up to, you know, now not been announced. Perhaps this could be what is, you know, causing the delay here at Mulungushi Conference Center, which is the National Election Results Center.
Indeed, because, you know, a number of totaling centers or constituencies have been facing similar challenges. And I think, like mentioned earlier on by the chairperson, is that it is not up to them to announce. They have to wait to be fed so that they can feed the verification process and eventually announce to the public. But I'm sensing some relief and a feeling of comfort each time we see the corporate affairs manager, Patricia Luhanga. We see some hope and also the men in uniform, that somehow signifies that they are about to come in. And I think it is going to happen that way.
Maybe it will, and maybe it will not. We are saying so again, Victoria, because I think in the last updates, it was a same situation where officers from the corporate department of the Electoral Commission of Zambia come sit. Actually, we actually been waiting together with them for hours to see the full commission coming to announce the results. So maybe it will happen that way, like you have said, that the commissioners led by the chairperson, Ms. Mwangala Zalomes, will walk in shortly. We don't know whether it will be giving us, the final batch of results based on what we are just receiving. That it could be that in some constituencies, the Electoral Commission of Zambia has not yet received the results because of whatever is going on in those constituencies. I think Pandevu, Chawama, and Kabwata and Matero here in Lusaka, the constituencies where we saw the delay in announcing a result. Our correspondent, one of our colleague, Prudence Echota, was giving an update in the morning with regards to Mandevu constituency, and I think it should also have been even Matero, where the commission had to move, the results from that particular area to a civic center where the announcement, will be done because the situation became, volatile. Yes, it became so hostile. I think it is there where we recorded also violence, Victoria. Now, when you talk about Matero, we saw the NRPUP, or candidates alleging that, the election could not have been fair or credible. There are chances that maybe he may, a petition, but we're just making an assumption here. We don't know what will be the aftermath of the results that have been happening. But I think in material, we are able to see a drama unfolding as the Electoral Commission of Zambia was to announce the results.
Indeed, and another aspect of announcing results, I think if I'm not mistaken, the Lusaka mayoral results have also not been announced, and we have seen that Mr. Chitambala Mwewa is eagerly waiting for the announcement to happen. I know earlier on that Simon Mulenga had conceded defeat, and there was a word going round that it could be actually the member from NRPUP who could have carried the day. But of course, until declaration of the results happens, the rest remains but just speculation, and we can only rely by verified results by the chief the Electoral Commission of Zambia.
Yes.
I was almost saying the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Brown Casaro, is always here. And by the ECZ officials, and that's only what signifies who has won. But Darius, this particular auditorium has not been left of fun. Remember how the pronouncement
number of highlights
of numbers
that's the senior corporate.
What does NATO mean? The Commissioner Chipenzi there came in with that particular word when he was announcing Danny Pule's results, and he went and said NATO. What does NATO really mean?
It could be, I think it means zero. We are saying so because after saying that, he said, "Oh, sorry, Chair. This candidate got, zero after, naming them as it has been, happening." We've seen Victoria ECZ officials coming in. I think it's a sign that, the full commission will be coming to announce the next batch of results. It's actually past, midnight now, Victoria. Right now, Victoria, we continue giving you live, updates. This is, the Zambian votes. We have been giving you, update, actually counting down, Victoria, 100 days to the election. We've been giving you updates on the nomination period, the campaigns, Victoria, even the adoption, of process. It can only be Diamond TV for verified information relating to this year's election.
Kakati.
18th of August 2026. It's a brand new day already, and well, we still have not gotten word from the Electoral Commission of Zambia, who were expected to make the announcement yesterday. They did commit a few hours ago that they will make the next session of announcements of the results at presidential level before the day ends yesterday, but this has not been stuck to. And now we await the next update, which we anticipate should be happening any moment now, building up to what should be the final official declaration of the presidential winner. Now, just what we did see our colleagues here, Darius Joni, as well as Victoria Kayeyambani, just speaking from the National Election Results Center. Obviously, a number of people anticipating what should be happening in a few moments' time. But interesting enough, just as we've seen the trend being at the different levels of the elective positions, we've seen it happen, especially at parliamentary level. People have been making already celebrations, celebratory posts, congratulating themselves, congratulating each other, even before the official declaration by the returning officer. On a similar note, we've already seen this happen at presidential level, with 34 constituencies still to be announced and the official declaration to be made by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. We're already seeing that some Zambians have begun celebrations. We're seeing some scenes already coming through from the University of Zambia, for example. Students are already celebrating in different parts of Zambia. We're seeing some celebrations already taking place, and these celebrations are taking place from those who have been in support of President Hakainde Hichilema. I guess they're optimistic, they are sure that he will be declared as winner. It's not yet being done, but we're already seeing people celebrating.
Well, the expectation really is that when the Electoral Commission of Zambia do come back, in fact, they will give what the cumulative total will be like in 226 elective constituencies across the country. And so that those are some of the celebrations that you see from the students and generally the supporters of the United Party for National Development. It has, no one has confirmed a winner yet because there are still these constituencies and the debate has been around, will the opposition catch up in some of these other constituencies? One of the other things that our reporters are telling us is if the other candidates, the opposition, the other 13, have been able to concede defeat, that the expectation will be that these are other candidates that will begin to concede defeat and telling the public that they do accept the outcome of the results. We've seen quite some members of parliament, many of them, those that have lost this election at parliamentary level, they have congratulated others who have gone before them to win the election. So the expectation is that even at presidential level, that the candidates among the 13 that have participated in the race will also begin to, tell the public how it is that the electoral process was for them, if it was free and fair, or if really it hasn't been free and fair, and also if they have considered defeat. I think that those are the messages that that people would like to hear, and those are some of the things that our reporters have been able to tell us throughout the broadcast.
Just as of a few minutes ago, we've seen one of the candidates at parliamentary level in Mwilabwanga, who was contesting in Lusaka Central constituency of Lusaka province, Lusaka district to be precise. He has conceded and congratulated Mr. Msaiwale Mlewa, who has been the United Party for National Development candidate. We do understand that this particular seat was previously held by Mr. Mlambo Haimbe of the same party, the United Party for National Development, who subsequently became Minister of Justice and eventually also became Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He did not contest in this particular seat this year around. He withdrew from the race and endorsed the candidature of Mr. Msaiwale Mlewa on this particular seat, but he's been quite an active member of the campaign team. Interestingly enough, he has been active over there at the National Election Results Center, where we'll be crossing over back to for the latest updates regarding the election and looking at what the final results will be from the 34 constituencies that are expected to be announced by the Election Commission of Zambia. But also interestingly, just well, even as we talk about people getting to celebrate and seeing what's happening across the country ahead of what's supposed to be the official declaration from the commission, what is quite noticeable in recent years, if you look at an election year generally at presidential level, we tend to see that the announcement is made in the wee hours of a given day. So you're looking at time between midnight to about 3, 4 in the morning. And this has simply been the pattern. So I think that gives people more hope that any moment now there should be that announcement that will be made. And as per tradition, those who've been in support of a particular candidate, the winning candidate, will go around their respective cities or towns to make that celebration and celebrate the victory of their preferred candidates. So perhaps any moment now, based off that, maybe it could be deliberate. Would have to maybe engage the commission if it's coincidental or deliberate that these announcements tend to be made during these hours. Perhaps maybe not to destabilize what could be happening during the broad daylight, the operations and so on. But nonetheless, whatever time the announcement is made, we do see that people still going to celebrate all throughout the day. People get to be honking their vehicles. People will be moving with regalia. People will be, just finding different ways to celebrate all throughout the day, and for others, perhaps all through the week.
Well, I mean, celebrating the wee hours, I mean, them announcing, it's not the first time if they do announce results, if the final result is announced past midnight, this will obviously not be the first time. Perhaps others will suggest that it's been, strategic of some sort in terms of at what time it is that they give the result. I mean, 2021, in 2011, it was during the wee hours when there was change from the MMD government into the Patriotic Front government. What the debate has been really is that, I mean, the announcement happening during the day, a working day, could perhaps disrupt quite many businesses and so on. So just speculation around what time it is that the result is announced will be quite different to see that the result is announced perhaps in this morning, early morning, when people are already at work and so on. So it is something that obviously is expected, is something that we expect to happen. But let's see in the next few hours or perhaps minutes, if it is that the commission will be coming back to give us that
That's
final
right.
result.
Let's turn our attention now to Pembe district, where we have our reporter Ian Mwene to give us an update of what's happening right now there, the status quo. Ian, good morning. What's the latest coming through from Pembe district? Ian, please give us the latest update of what's happening over there in Pembe. All right, we should be getting back to Ian Mwene in Pembe district. Let's also remember, just so in as much as people are building up and waiting for the official result at presidential level, we still have quite a number of constituencies that have not made the official declaration of who the winning candidate is. Of course, this is supposed to be made by the returning officer, so we're still building up to that and seeing how people are reacting to it. And I think it's also been a trend in different election years. There are certain constituencies that sometimes do not even get to be announced. You don't find out what the outcome has been even after, you only find out rather after a presidential winner has been declared or announced. And we continue building up to what will be coming through from the different totaling centers across the country. And right now we engage Ian Mwene. Good morning, Ian. What's the latest from Pembe district right now? For Pemba, beg your pardon.
Good morning. How are you? I'm in Monze. I'm in Monze.
Okay, thank you so much for that correction.
Hello.
But what's the latest coming through from Monze district right now?
Hello. Yes.
Ian? All right, we're hearing that you are, well, there's quite some noise in the background. We're hearing one of the campaign songs for one of the candidates, President Hakainde Hichilema. I'm not sure if that looks to be a bar or a nightclub right behind you, but what exactly is going on over there in Monza district?
Okay, so behind me is a pub for one of the UPNG officials. So many people in Monza will be meeting here. Others are just waiting for the results. They are hoping that the Hakainde Hichilema will win this election. So they are here anticipating just to wait for the ECZ to declare him a winner. Then there will be party after party here. People will be celebrating. People from all compounds of Monza, they are moving to this place. So just at this other side is that you can see people moving from one direction to another. People are not sleeping here.
Now, you say there would be party after party. Is that what they are telling you? Is that the indication? Have they already started to party according to what you see?
Mini party because a lot of UPNG MPs candidates they've scooped their positions where they contested, so they are just waiting for the president, of which they are saying that it's the big event according to them. They'll be here until obviously 5 in the morning. It is already 24. People are not going back home. They want to witness and they want to celebrate together. They want to celebrate the victory together.
Okay, Ian, that's very interesting. You talk about party after party because the president himself has stated before, no more party after party. So I don't know how that will work exactly for his supporters over there. But tell us more about that. I mean, the place you're standing right in front of there, is it typically open on a Monday night into a Monday morning, or is it specifically open or especially open for what they're anticipating to be celebrations for their preferred candidates? Or candidate, rather. Okay, I don't think Ian got my question. So Ian, I don't think got my earlier question. My interest is on that place right behind you there. Is it usually open on a Monday night into a Tuesday morning, or is it specifically open meant for the celebration that they plan to have? Ian? Ian, can you hear me? Ian? Okay, unfortunately, he's not able to hear me.
Imagine how you were very itchy to find out if the...
Yeah, because I mean, if you think about it, I think a lot of places during the week, on a weeknight, especially outside Lusaka. I mean, Lusaka, even in Lusaka, I think it's become a newer trend that certain places will still be open during the week, late at night into the early hours of a new day. But I think for anyone who has traveled quite a lot, you find that certain places will be closed during the week. Some still do remain open to accommodate the different customers, and hence why that question there was being asked. But you could hear in the background that there was a campaign song being played. In fact, it was one of the standout campaign songs during the period that President Hakainde Hichilema was campaigning with Zambian artist Aqualaskin, who got to perform right before the president got to address the people who attended his engagements, his working engagements. Let's also remember that they were not being called rallies; they were being called working engagements. Something that was also raised as a concern by different stakeholders, part of them civil society organizations, who raised that issue that when the president goes out or the Republican vice president go out to these different parts of the country, and they get to speak with, would-be voters, the electorate there, the constituents, what is noted is that they are regarded as, working visits or working engagements, and never really as rallies. And I think it's also raised another issue around what has been the trend over the years. I mean, it's not just happened under President Hakainde Hichilema. It's happened with the different, incumbents who've been seeking a re-election. That it seems there isn't really that clear distinction of being a Republican president and being a presidential candidate. And what is the trend is that when the Republican president is engaging people, even in what many would see as a rally, it's seen as a working engagement. And that even made people ask further questions. What happens on an actual day of voting? Because if it's considered a working engagement and the president can be working at any time, what happens on the voting day? Because according to electoral code, no candidates active in an election are supposed to be campaigning. In fact, it ends a day before at 18 hours. But what does it mean if it goes beyond 18 hours and you're an incumbent, the Republican president or Republican vice president? Is it still going to be called a working visit or working engagement if you're still engaging with the electorate? So there's so many questions that come around that, and there have been calls to have this, clarified and rectified. Because if you look at laws, so they're supposed to stand the test of time and look at issues, far ahead. Because imagine now a situation where this tends to happen in future. So there's so many queries around that and how that got to happen. But above all, we still saw that the different candidates had the opportunity to engage with the residents of the different districts across the country. Not all of them were seen campaigning from the 14 or at least on the 13 active candidates from this race. One of them who openly actually stated this was Dr. Fred Membe. He openly said that they had a different approach from this year's election, which was opposed to the common rallies. So I think that a lot of the rallies that people go to see was from the candidates such as the incumbent himself, President Hakainde Hichilema, Mr. Brian Mundubile, Mr. Harry Kalaba. And I think what people didn't see was, people didn't really see much from, the other candidates from this race in terms of them holding these rallies. Interestingly, what we've seen from a few hours ago also is one of the candidates in Akim Anthony Njovu of the Democratic Union. He has conceded a defeat from this particular election. A man that we also remember, Cheswa, did endorse the candidature of President Hichilema and then eventually rescinded his endorsement. But now he's conceded. We've also seen the likes of Apostle Daniel Pule of the Christian Democratic Party. I know there have been lighter note jokes. People have been sharing online that he's requested that his name shouldn't be mentioned during the announcement of results, but he has clarified that he didn't actually say that, but has come to terms with what the official results are looking like so far and what is projected from the next set of results to be announced.
The 13 other candidates that have participated in the race, given Katuta is the only female candidate that has gone in the race, and really one would like to call her brave, having to give up her constituency as member of parliament in Chiengi and decided to, test the waters at presidential level and a national level there. And one would imagine how many more other women she has encouraged to participate, perhaps in the next election. It will be good to see if she will be looking at participating, but also what lessons has she drawn, being one that has participated at presidential level for the first time, but one that has also held a seat in the National Assembly, representing the people and speaking to issues. She has had quite a tough time in the House, and she also under some controversy around what she's been able to do, what she's advocated for, but also some quite some good support in terms of what she's been able to do for the people of Chiengi, having won that seat in 2021, now wanting to go for the presidency. So and I'm sure she's been monitoring what numbers, how many numbers has she been picking in terms of votes for some of the constituencies that she's been able to get. But that's just not her that's participated. There's Kelvin Wadafuwe of the Zambia Must Prosper has been quite...
Before actually move on to the rest of the candidates, well, let's see how they will perform as the next set of results are going to be announced. Remember that we're anticipating that this will be the final set, the 34 constituencies, or possibly even less, Cheswa, depending on what the margin will be. And the Election Commission of Zambia expected to make the declaration of who the presidential winner will be. Let's cross over to the National Election Results Center for this next update from the Election Commission of Zambia.
As we get into serious business, the Commission indicated earlier that we'll come back soon, and we have come back soon. And without further ado, let me invite the Chief Electoral Officer, as usual, to again take us through how this session will go. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporate Affairs Manager. Good evening, distinguished stakeholders. As earlier indicated, the Commission is here to make the second announcement for the evening, and to guide with the announcement, allow me to invite the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, Mrs. Mangala State Council. Chair, I invite you.
Good evening, distinguished stakeholders. Oh, it's morning. Are you sure? And we've been working 24 hours, so we tend to lose time. We are here now at the conclusion of our assignment, and we have a few constituencies to read so that we can conclude this matter. Commissioner Sinkala, can you please read 5 out of your pack? Please, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Chair, I have a very rare privilege of reading results for 9 constituencies, and I'll start with the first 5. Straight away, we go to Western Province, District Senanga, Constituency Senanga South. Kund Zawapa 0. Mushimba Brian, OPP 0. Njovu Akim A, DU 1. Pule Daniel C, CDP 2. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 5. Chancer Given M, MEE 6. Member Fred, SP 7. Katuta Given, Independent 7. Silumbe Richard, LM 8. Kalabahari, CF 12, 1, 2. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 16, 1, 6. Munduwile Brian M, NRPUP 289, 289. Ichilema Akainde S, UPND 19,473. 19,473. Registered voters for Senanga South is 26 sorry, I beg your pardon, 23,655, 23,655. Valid votes cast, 19,826, 19,826. Rejected votes, 218, 218. Total votes cast, 20,044, 20,044. Percentage turnout, 84.73%, 84.73%. Still in Western Province, we go to Lukulu. Constituency, Lukulu North. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 1. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1. Silumbe Richard, LM 2. Mushimba Brian, OPP 3. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 4. Njovu Akim A, DU 4. Katuta Given, Independent 7. Member Fred, SP 10, 1, 0. Chancer Given M, MEE 14, 1, 4. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 20, 2, 0. Kalabahari CF 35, 3, 5. Mundubire Brian M, NRPUP 495, 495. Ichilema Akainde S, UPND 18,086, 18,086. Registered voters in Lukulu North, 23,107, 23,107. Valid votes cast, 18,682, 18,682. Rejected votes, 623, 623. Total votes cast, 19,305, 19,305. Percentage turnout, 83.55%, 83.55%. Province Western, District Mitete, Constituency Mitete. Pule Daniel C, CDP 0. Njovu Akim A, DU 2. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 4. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 5. Mushimba Brian, OPP 5. Katuta Given, Independent 6. Chancer Given M, MEE 11, 1, 1. Silumbe Richard, LM 14, 1, 4. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 27, 2, 7. Kalabahari CF 27, 2, 7. Member Fred SP 31, 3, 1. Mundubire Brian M, NRPUP 326, 3, 2, 6. Ichilema Kainde, UPND 16,062, 16,062. Total registered voters in Mitete constituency, 19,986, 19,986. Valid votes cast, 16,520, 16,520. Rejected votes, 303, 303. Total votes cast, 16,823, 16,823. Percentage turnout, 84.17%, 84.17%. I come to Lusaka province, District Lusaka Constituency, Chawama. Pule Daniel C, CDP 2. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 5. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 7. Silumbe Richard, LM 9. Chancer Given M, MEE 12, 1, 2. Njovu Akim A, DU 13, 1, 3. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 40, 4, 0. Member Fred, SP 45, 4, 5. Mushimba Brian, OPP 47, 4, 7. Kalabahari CF 99, 9, 9. Katuta Given, Independent 250, 250. Ichilema Akainde, UPND 10,152, 10,152. Mundubire Brian M, NRPUP 22,499, 22,499. Registered voters 103,007, 103,007. Valid ballots cast 33,180, 33,180. Rejected votes 836, 836. Total votes cast 34,016, 34,016. Percentage turnout 33.02%, 33.02%. Mandevu Constituency, District Lusaka, Lusaka Province. Pule Daniel C, CDP 3. Silumbe Richard, LM 6. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 10, 1, 0. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 19, 1, 9. Njov Akim A, DU 24, 2, 4. Katuta Given, Independent 41, 4, 1. Mushimba Brian, OPP 46, 4, 6. Chancer Given M, MEE 50, 5, 0. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 62, 6, 2. Kalabahari CF 118, 1, 1. Ichilema Akainde UPND 12,610, 12,610. Mundubile Brian M, NRPUP 39,340, 39,340. Registered voters 123,459, 123,459. Valid votes cast 52,429, 52,429. Rejected votes 1,554, 1,554. Total votes cast 53,983, 53,983. Percentage turnout 43.73%, 43.73%. Madam Chairperson, I will stop here. I will come back to finish it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinkala. Commissioner Chipenzi, will you take the next 5, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We move to Luapula Province, District Nchelenge, Constituency Mweru. Pule Daniel, C, CDP 7. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 7. Siamnene Ritual, NFP 7. Njov Akim A, DU 1313. Sirumbe Richard, LOM 1919. Chancer Given, M, MEE 3030. Kalabahari, CF 5151. Membe Fred, SP 5555. Mushimba Brian, OPP 5858. Katuta Given, Independent 5959. Waria Kelvin, F, ZMP 244 244. Hichlema Hagainde S, UPND 5,645 5,645. Munduvire Brian M, NRPUP 12,117 12,117. Registered voters total for Mweru constituency 45,663 45,663. Valid votes cast 18,312 18,312. Rejected votes 745 745. Total votes cast 19,057 19,057. Percentage turnout 41.73%. 41.73%. We move on to Northwestern Province, Kasempa District and Constituency Kasempa. Richwell Shamnene, NFP 4. Kunda Howard Zawapa 5. Pule Daniel C, CDP 6. Mushimba Brian, OPP 6. Membe Fred, SP 1010. Njovu Akim A, DU 1212. Chancer Given M, MEE 1818. Katuta Given, Independent 3434. Waria Kelvin F, ZMP 3939. Sirumbe Richard, LM 4848. Kalabahari, CF 7777. Munduvire Brian M, NRPUP 893 893. Hichlema Hagainde S, UPND 20,920 20,920. Registered voters total in Kasempa 28,089. 28,089. Valid votes cast 22,072. 22,072. Rejected votes 411. 411. Total votes cast 22,483. 22,483. Percentage turnout 88.04. 80.04%. Those are the results for Kasempa. We move to Western Province, District Lukulu, Constituency Lukulu South. Pule Daniel C, CDP 0. Siamnene Ritual, NFP 3. Mushimba Brian, OPP 4. Njov Akim A, DU 5. Chancer Given M, MEE 10, 10. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 11, 11. Sirumbe Richard, LM 14, 14. Membe Fred, SP 14, 14. Karabahari CF 23, 23. Wadia Kelvin F, ZMP 34, 34. Katuta Given Independent 61, 61. Mundubile Brian M, NRPUP 140, 140. Hichrema Hagainde S, UPND 16,789, 16,789. The registered voters total for Rukuru South is 20,024, 20,204. The valid votes cast is 17,108, 17,108. Rejected votes, 393, 393. Total votes cast, 17,501, 17,501. Percentage turnout, 87.40%. 87.40%. The results for Lukulu South. We move to Lusaka. Lusaka Province, District Lusaka, Constituency Kanyama. Daniel Pulesi, CDP 9. Siamnene Ritual, NFP 11, 11. Njovu Akim A, DU 14, 14. Sirumbe Richard, LM 16, 16. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 17, 17. Mushimba Brian, OPP 20, 20. Katuta Given Independent 21, 21. Chancer Given M, MEE 36, 36. Bwadia Kelvin F, ZMP 45, 45. Membe Fred SP 72, 72. Karabahari CF 74, 74. Munduvile Brian M, NRPUP 14,343. 14,343. Hichrema Hagainde S, UPND 30,617. 30,617. The registered voters total for Kanyama constituencies 115,754. 115,754. Valid votes cast 45,295. 45,295. Rejected votes 851. 851. Total votes cast 46,146. 46,146. Percentage turnout 39.87%. 39.87%. These are the results for Kanyama constituency in Lusaka. Central Province, District Kabwe, Constituency Bwacha South. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1. Njovu Akim A, DU 4. Siamnene Ritual NFP 6. Kunda Howard Zawapa 8. Sirumbe Richard LM 1313. Katuta Given Independent 1515. Chancellor Given M MEE 1717. Mushimba Brian OPP 2424. Membe Fred SP 3434. Bwaria Kelvin F ZMP 3939. Harry Kalabahari CF 4242. Hichrema Hagainde S UPND 7435. 7,435. Mundubile Brian M NRPUP 13,147. 13,147. Total registered voters for Bwacha South 42,863. 42,863. Valid votes cast 20,785. 20,785. Total rejected votes 530,530. Total votes cast 21,315. 21,315. Percentage turnout 49.73%. 49.73%. Madam Chairperson, I end here for the first 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chipenzi. Vice Chair, would you continue with the next 5, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with Muchinga Province, Kanchivia District, Ruitikila Constituency. Njovu Akim A, DU 5. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 5. Pule Daniel C, CDP 5. Kunda Howard Zawapa 9. Silumbe Richard LM 15 15. Katuta Given Independent 29 29. Mushimba Brian OPP 30 30. Chancellor Given M MEE 34 34. Membe Fred SP 48. Wadia Kelvin F ZMP 65 65. Kalaba Hari CF 89 89. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND 1,247. 1,247. Munduwile Brian M NRP UP 9,498. 9,498. Registered voters in Ruitikila 20,054. 20,054. Valid votes cast 11,079. 11,079. Rejected votes, 367. 367. Total votes cast, 11,446. 11,446. And a percentage turnout of 57.08%. 57.08%. Next is Northwestern Province, Ikeleng District, Ikeleng Constituency. Mushimba Brian, OPP 1. Pule Daniel, C, CDP 2. Njovu Akim, A, DU 2. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 2. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 4. Katuta Given, Independent 4. Membe Fred, SP 7. Chansa Given, MEE 9. Kalaba Hari, CF 10. 1-0. Silumbe Richard, LM 25. 2-5. Wadia Kelvin, F, ZMP 25. 2-5. Mundubire Brian, M, NRPUP 641. 641. Hichilema Hakainde S, UPND 15,965. 15,965. Registered voters in Ikeleng 24,307. 24,307. Valid votes cast 16,697. 16,697. Rejected votes 254. 254. Total votes cast 16,951. 16,951. And the percentage turnout 69.74%. 69.74%. Next is Western Province, Limulunga District, Luena Constituency. Njovu Akim, A, DU 0. Pule Daniel, C, CDP 1. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 1. Katuta Given, Independent 1. Mushimba Brian, OPP 2. Chansa Given, MEE 2. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 5. Silumbe Richard, LM 6. Wadia Kelvin, F, ZMP 17. 1-7. Kalaba Hari, CF 26. 2-6. Membe Fred, SP 28. 2-8. Mundubele Brian, M, NRP UP 574. 574. Hichilema Hakainde S, UPND 24,691. 24,691. Registered voters 29,786, 29,786. Valid votes cast 25,354, 25,354. Rejected votes 297, 297. Total votes cast 25,651, 25,651. A percentage turnout of 86.12% was registered. 86.12. Next is Lusaka Province, Lusaka District, Munali Constituency. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1313. Kunda Howard Zawapa 1414. Siamunene Richwell NFP 1616. Silumbe Richard LM 1919. Chancer Given M MEE 2525. Njovu Akim A DU 2828. Katuta Given Independent 2929. Mushimba Brian OPP 4343. Membe Fred SP 7272. Wadia Kelvin F ZMP 9494. Kalaba Hari CF 116 116. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND votes obtained 30,090 30,090. Mundubile Brian M NRPUP votes obtained 41,111. 41,111. Munari constituency has 146,074 registered voters. 146,074. Valid votes cast 71,670. 71,670. Rejected votes 1,309. 1,309. Total votes cast 72,979. 72,979. Percentage turnout was 49.96%. 49.96%. Next is Northwestern Province, Mushindamo District, Mushindamo Constituency. Kunda Howard Zawapa, 0. Chancer Given M, MEE, 0. Pule Daniel C, CDP, 0. Silumbe Richard LM 0. Siamunene Richwell NFP 0. Katuta Given Independent 0. Membe Fred SP 0. Njovu Akim A DU 0. Mushimba Brian OPP 1. Kalabahari CF 1. Waria Kelvin F ZMP 2. Mundubile Brian M NRP UP 261. 261. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND 24,855. 24855. Registered voters in Mushindamo 28,569. 28,569. Valid votes cast 25,120. 25,120. Rejected votes 22. 22. Total votes cast 25,142. 25,142. Percentage turnout 88%. 88%. Chair, I'll pause here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Mtiti, will you please take your first 5? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I move to Copperbelt Province, Mpongwe District, Pongo West Constituency. Shamunene Richwell NFP 0. Kunda Howard Zawapa 1. Pule Daniel CDP 2. Katuta Given Independent 7. Njovu Akim DU 9. Silumbe Richard LM 21 2 1. Mushimba Brian OPP 22 2 2. Chancer Given MEE 34 3 4. Member Fred SP 37 3 7. Kalabahari CF 44 4 4. Waria Kelvin ZMP 70 7 0. Munduvile Brian NRP UP 4,343 4,343. Hichile Mahakainde UPND 21,756 21,756. Registered voters in Pongwe West constituency 33,936 33,936. Valid votes cast 26,346 26,346. Rejected votes 434 434. Total votes cast 26,780 26,780. Percentage turnout 78.91%. We now move to the Copperbelt Province, Kitwe District, Nkana Constituency. Njovu Akim DU 1, Siamunene Richwell NFP 1, Pule Daniel CDP 3, Silumbe Richard LM 3, Katuta Given Independent 13 1 3, Mushimba Brian OPP 19-1-9. Kunda Howard Zawapa 21-1. Chancellor Given MEE 27-7. Bwalia Kelvin ZMP 53-3. Member Fred SP 373-373. Kalabahari CF 986. Hichire Mahakainde UPND 17,735. 17,735. Mundubile Brian NRPUP 20,654. 20,654. The total number of registered voters in Kana constituency 63,860. 63,860. Valid votes cast 39,889. 39,889. Rejected votes 558. 558. Total votes cast 40,447. 40,447. Percentage turnout 63.34%. I now continue with the Copperbelt Province, Kalulushi District, Chambishi Constituency. Pule Daniel, CDP 1, Siamunene Richwell, NFP 7, Kunda Howard, Zawapa 7, Silumbe Richard, LM 9, Njovu Akim, DU 9, Mushimba Brian, OPP 19-1-9, Katuta Given, Independent 19-1-9, Chancellor Given, MEE 22-2-2, Walia Kelvin, ZMP 28-8, Member Fred, SP 44-4-4, Kalabahari, CF 66-6-6, Mundubile Brian, NRPUP 9,907, 9,907. Hichire Mahakainde, UPND 10,195, 10,195. The total number of registered voters in Chambishi constituency 35,686, 35,686. Valid votes cast 20,333, 20,333. Rejected votes 471, 471. Total votes cast 20,804, 20,804. Percentage turnout 58.30%. We continue with the Copperbelt Province, Masaiti District, Masaiti Constituency. Pule Daniel CDP 1, Siamunene Ritual NFP 5, Kunda Howard Zawapa 8, Njovu Akim DU 8, Mushimba Brian OPP 11-1-1, Katuta Given Independent 11-1-1, Silumbe Richard LM 15-1-5, Kalabahari CF 24-2-4, Chancellor Given MEE 30-3-0, Member Fred SP 53-5, 53. Walia Kelvin, ZMP 5353. Mundubile Brian, NRPUP 3,246. 3,246. Hichile Mahagainde, UPND 12,077. 12,077. Registered voters in Masaiti constituency 19,832. 19,832. Valid votes cast 15,542. 15,542. Rejected votes 378. 378. Total votes cast 15,920. 15,920. Percentage turnout 80.27%. We continue in the Copperbelt Province, Chingola District, and Chingola West constituency. Pule Daniel CDP 1, Siamnene Ritual NFP 4, Njovu Akim DU 7, Silumbe Richard LM 9, Kunda Howard Zawapa 12, 1, 2, Mushimba Brian OPP 16, 1, 6, Member Fred SP 24, 2, 4, Kalabahari CF 37, 3, 7, Katuta Given Independent 41, 4, 1, Chansa Given MEE 136, 1, 3, 6, Bwalia Kelvin ZMP 469, 469. Hichile Mahagainde, UPND, 9,322, 9,322. Mundubile Brian, NRPUP, 10,555, 10,555. The total registered voters in Chingola West constituency, 34,716, 34,716. Valid votes cast, 20,633, 20,633. Rejected votes, 526, 526. Total votes cast, 21,159, 21,159. Percentage turnout, 60.95%. Madam Chairperson, I submit for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Mtiti. Commissioner Sinkala, would you finish your part now?
Thank you, Chairperson. Straight away, we go to Luapula Province, District Mwense, Constituency Mwense. Pule Daniel C, CDP 4, Siamunene Ritual, NFP 4, Njovu Akim A, DU 8, Kunda Howard, Zawapa 9, Silumbe Richard, LM 17, 1, 7, Katuta Given, Independent 19, 1, 9, Chansa Given M, MEE 20, 2, 0, Mushimba Brian, OPP 32, 3, 2, Member Fred, SP 75, 7, 5, Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 146, 146. Kalabahari, CF 219,219. Ichilema Hakainde S, UPND 5,267, 5,267. Mundubire Brand M, NRPUP 14,196, 14,196. Registered voters 37,830, 37,830. Valid votes cast 20,016, 20,016. Rejected votes 595, 595. Total votes cast 20,611, 20,611. Percentage turnout 54.48%, 54.48%. We move to Kasama District, Province Northern, Constituency Lukasha. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1111. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 1313. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 1717. Silumbe Richard, LM 2020. Nakim A, DU 2020. Katuta Given, Independent 2424. Chansa Given M, MEE 4848. Mushimba Brian, OPP 5555. Member Fred, SP 9090. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 122 122. Kalabahari CF 189 189. Ichilema Akainde UPND 5,838 5,838. Mundubire Brand M, NRPUP 22,249 22,249. Registered voters 62,734, 62,734. Valid votes cast 28,696, 28,696. Rejected votes 1,026, 1,026. Total votes cast 29,722, 29,722. Percentage turnout 47.38%, 47.38%. We go to Kitwe District, Copperbelt Province, Constituency, I beg your pardon, Constituency Kamfinsa. Member Fred, SP 1414. Mushimba Brian, OPP 1414. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 1717. Kalabahari CF 2020. Katuta Given, Independent 2020. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 3333. Njovu Akim A, DU 3535. Pule Daniel C, CDP 4444. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 6464. Silumbe Richard, LM 141 141. Chansa Given M, MEE 151 151. Mundubire Brian M, NRPUP 15,711, 15,711. Ichilema Akainde, UPND, 16,759, 16,759. Registered voters in Kamfinsa constituency, 59,803, 59,803. Valid votes cast, 33,023, 33,023. Rejected votes, 190, 190. Total votes cast, 33,213, 33,213. Percentage turnout, 55.54%, 55.54%. Last but not the least, Manyinga constituency, district Manyinga, province Northwestern. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1. Njovu Akim A, DU 1. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 3. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 6. Mushimba Brian, OPP 7. Silumbe Richard, LM 11, 1, 1. Membe Fred, SP 18, 1, 8. Walia Kelvin F, ZMP 23, 2, 3. Kalaba Hari, CF 25, 2, 5. Chansa Given M, MEE 34, 3, 4. Katuta Given, Independent 65. Mundubile Brian M, NRPUP 940, 940. Ichilema Akainde, UPND 24,880, 24,880. Total registered voters in Manyinga constituency, 31,276, 31,276. Valid ballots cast, 26,014, 26,014. Rejected votes, 331, 331. Total votes cast, 26,345, 26,345. Percentage turnout, 84.23%, 84.23%. Chairperson, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinkala. Have you finished with your pack?
Indeed,
Okay, thank you.
Chairperson. Thank you once again.
Commissioner Chipenzi.
Thank you, Chairperson. We move to the Copperbelt Province, District Kitwe, Constituency Kwacha. Siamnene Ritual, NFP 1. Pule Daniel C, CDP 3. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 7. Njovu Akim A, DU 7. Sirumbe Richard, LM 11, 1, 1. Chansa Given M, MEE 16, 1, 6. Katuta Given Independent 16, 1, 6. Waria Kelvin F, ZMP 39, 39. Kalabahari CF 178, 178. Mushimba Brian OPP 196, 196. Membe Fred SP 260, 260. Hichilema Hagainde S, UPND 8,155, 8,155. Munduvile Brian M, NRPUP 15,367, 15,367. Registered voters, total registered voters for Kwacha constituency, 77,286, 77,286. Valid votes cast, 24,256, 24,256. Rejected votes, 651. 651. Total votes cast 24,907, 24,907. Percentage turnout 32.23%. 32.23%. The results for Kwacha in Kitwe. We move to the Copper Belt again, District Masaiti, Constituency Kafulafuta. Pure Daniel, C, CDP 3. Sirumbe Richard, LM 1111. Kunda Howard Zawapa 1111. Siamnen Ritual, NFP 1515. Njovu Akim A, DU 2020. Mushimba Brian, OPP 2323. Member Fred, SP 4242. Chancellor Given M, MEE 4949. Katuta Given Independent 50. 50. Karawa Hari CF 59 59. Bwaria Kelvin F ZMP 81 81. Munduvile Brian M NRPUP 3,887 3,887. Hichilema Hagainde S, UPND 13,098, 13,098. Total registered voters for Kafulafuta constituency, 24,510, 24,510. Valid votes cast, 17,349, 17,349. Rejected votes, 585, 585. Total votes cast, 17,934, 17,934. Percentage turnout, 73.17%, 73.17%. Those are the results for Kafulafuta. We move to Central Province, District Kabwe, Constituency Bwacha North. Daniel Pule, C, CDP 3. Sirumbe Richard, LM 9. Kunda Howard Zawapa 1111. Njovu Akim A, DU 1111. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 1313. Katuta Given Independent 1515. Chancellor Given M, MEE 1717. Mushimba Brian, OPP 2424. Member Fred SP 3939. Bwalia Kelvin F ZMP 4040. Karabahari CF 5555. Hichilema Hagainde S UPND 8125 8,125. Mundubile Brian M NRPUP 16,037 16,037. Registered voters for Bwacha North constituency is 662, sorry. 47,662. That is 47,662. Valid votes cast 24,399. 24,399. Rejected votes 543. 543. Total votes cast 24,942. 24,942. Percentage turnout 52.33%. 52.33%. Those are the results for Bwacha North. The last, not the least, constituency on the Copper Belt, District Kitwe, constituency Usakire. Pule Daniel C, CDP 1. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 2. Katuta Given Independent 5. Njovu Akim A, DU 5. Sirumbe Richard LM 6. Kunda Howard Zawapa 8. Mushimba Brian OPP 11. Chancer Given M, MEE 26. Waria Kelvin F, ZMP 28. Member Fred SP 34. Karabahari CF 40. Mundubire Brian M, NRPUP 17,196. 17,196. Hichilema Hagainde S UPND 22,273. 22,273. Total registered voters for Usakire constituency in Kitwe is 25,302. 55,302. Valid votes cast 39,635. 39,635. Rejected votes 480. 480. Total votes cast 40,115. 40,115. Percentage turnout 72.54%. 72.54%. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Thank you, Commissioner Chipenzi. Vice Chair, would you like to finish your part as well?
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you. Lusaka Province, Lusaka District, Lusaka Central Constituency. Njovu Akim A, DU 4. Silumbe Richard LM 5. Siamnene Richwell NFP 8. Chancer Given MEE 10 1-0. Pule Daniel C CDP 10 1-0. Kunda Howard Zawapa 12 1-2. Katuta Given Independent 33 3-3. Wadia Kelvin F ZMP 42 4-2. Membe Fred SP 60 6-0. Kalaba Harry CF 69 6-9. Mushimba Brian OPP 142 142. Mundubile Brian M NRP UP 18,179 18,179. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND 19,184 19,184. Registered voters in Lusaka Central 95,689 95,689. Valid votes cast 37,758 37,3. I'll read that again. Valid votes cast 37,758 37,758. Rejected votes 481. Total votes cast 38,239 38,239 with a percentage turnout of 39.96%. 39.96%. Still in Lusaka province, Lusaka district, Makeni constituency. Njovu Akim A DU 2. Siamunene Richwell NFP 2. Silumbe Richard LM 5. Pule Daniel C CDP 6. Kunda Howard Zawapa 11 1-1. Chancer Given MEE 13 1-3. Katuta Given Independent 15 1-5. Mushimba Brian OPP 28 2-8. Wadia Kelvin F ZMP 37 3-7. Kalaba Hari CF 222 2-2-2. Membe Fred SP 230 2-3-0. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND 13,667 13,667. Mundubile Brian M NRP UP 17,561 17,561. Makeni constituency has 88,843 registered voters. 88,843. Valid votes cast 31,799. 31,799. Rejected votes 777. 777. Total votes cast 32,576. 32,576, and the percentage turnout 36.867%. 36.67%. For my last one, Chairperson, I now move to the Copper Belt Province, Kitwe District, Chimwemwe constituency. Silumbe Richard, LM 3. Katuta Given, Independent 15. Siamunene Ritual, NFP 17. Njovu Akim A DU 19. Pule Daniel C CDP 32. Kunda Howard Zawapa 54. Kalabahari of CF 54. Membe Fred SP 151. 151. Wadia Kelvin F ZMP 256. 256. Chancer Given M MEE 293. 293. Mushimba Brian OPP 875. 875. Mundubile Brian M NRP UP 22,477. 22,477. Hichilema Hakainde S UPND 24,884. 24,884. Registered voters 73,380. 73,380. Valid votes cast 49,130. 49,130. Rejected votes 438. 438. Total votes cast 49,568. 49,568. Percentage turnout was 67.55%. 67.55%. Chairperson, I'm done.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Mtiti, can you wrap up this round by reading all the papers that you have? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We move to Western Province, Senanga District, Senanga North constituency. Mushimba Brian, OPP 1. Pule Daniel, CDP 1. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 2. Njovu Akim, DU 2. Shamunene Richwell, NFP 3. Katuta Given, Independent 4. Membe Fred, SP 6. Chancer Given, MEE 8. Walia Kelvin, ZMP 10, 1, 0. Silumbe Richard, LM 12, 1, 2. Kalabahari, CF 19, 1, 9. Munduvile Brian, NRPUP 155, 1, 5, 5. Hichile Mahakainde, UPND 17,603, 17,603. Registered voters in Senanga North constituency, 21,323, 21,323. Valid votes cast, 17,826, 17,826. Rejected votes, 306. Total votes cast, 18,132, 18,132. Percentage turnout, 85.03%. We now move to the Eastern Province, Chama District, Chama North constituency. Pule Daniel, CDP 4. Njovu Akim, DU 7. Siamnene Richwell, NFP 7. Silumbe Richard, LM 8. Kunda Howard Zawapa 9. Katuta Given, Independent 12, 1, 2. Mushimba Brian, OPP 15, 1, 5. Chancer Given, MEE 24, 2, 4. Membe Fred, SP 37, 3, 7. Walia Kelvin, ZMP 77, 7, 7. Kalabahari, CF 194, 194. Hichile Mahakainde, UPND 4,184, 4,184. Mundubile Brian, NRPUP 5,235, 5,235. Registered voters in Chama North constituency, 16,238, 16,238. Valid votes cast, 9,813, 9,813. Rejected votes, 428, 428. Total votes cast, 10,241, 10,241. Percentage turnout, 63.07%. We come now to Lusaka Province, Lusaka District, Matero constituency. Silumbe Richard, LM 2. Siamunene Richwell, NFP 2. Kunda Howard, Zawapa 5. Pule Daniel, CDP 6. Njovu Akim, DU 8. Chancer Given, MEE 11, 1, 1. Mushimba Brian, OPP 22, 2, 2. Walia Kelvin, ZMP 57, 5, 7. Kalabahari, CF 89, 8, 9. Katuta Given, Independent 200, 200. Membe Fred, SP 324, 324. Munduvile Brian, NRPUP, 21,191. 21,191. Hichile Mahakainde, UPND, 24,985. 24,985. Registered voters in Matero constituency, 88,790. 88,790. Valid votes cast, 46,902. 46,902. Rejected votes, 877. 877. Total votes cast, 47,779. 47,779. Percentage turnout, 53.81%. Madam Chairperson, that was my last submission. I thank you.
Thank you very much. See you. Anything you'd like to tell us?
Thank you, Chairperson. This is marks the 226 constituencies announced. Yes, thank you. The Commission will retreat very briefly for to prepare for the final segment. Very briefly, this time around, very, very briefly. Thank you so much.
Exercise your right. You know that your vote is your right. Zambian 18 years and above. Na NRC ni time to vote. You go and vote. It's your right to vote. Now we are Fika Yosaka. It's time to vote. You go and vote. It's your right to vote. Now we are Fika Yosaka. It's time to vote. Everybody, let's vote. Let's vote. Everybody, let's vote. We are a peaceful nation. As the sun rises from the east to the west, I must say it's time to exercise your right.
Yes.
Well, that's coming through from the National Results, the National Election Results Center, which is the Mulungushi International Conference Center. Today, the 18th of August, 2026, the Election Commission of Zambia getting to give more results at presidential level. And well, just well, we still have a country awake, still up, and looking forward to the official declaration to be made.
Well, that's it for the 226 elective constituencies, finally done and dusted. And of course, what we now expect is that they will come back and declare the final result. And well, we will see them declare, or we'll see the Electoral Commission of Zambia chairperson declare president-elect in this case. And so we do not know what the cumulative is from the 34 that they've given, but we will come back. They will come back and give the final result in a short while. They have retreated in a short while. They will come back and give the final result. But those are pictures from the Mulungushi International Conference Center, the National Total Center. You can see that it's quite busy. People still awake. Celebrations across the country. We've seen some fireworks. We've seen students from the University of Zambia saying that they believe that President Hichilema has scooped this election and has won with the tabulations that they've been able to make. And well, let's see. As soon as the chairperson does come back, we are still awake. And whether it will go into 2 or 3, we are still awake. And of course, we'll be giving you. We've been here the last 4 days, and now day 5 into this election. And the Zambian vote has been here, breaking down the figures and telling you all that it is that you need to know in all of the 226 constituencies. Members of Parliament already, Chimweka, celebrating the different constituencies, mayors and council chairpersons and councillors. All of them, we've been able to give you the figures here. We've been able to break down all of the figures for you, giving you the geographic focus from the different constituencies and what the National Assembly will look like, the national map and the 50% majority line that we've been able to show you, and those that have been able to cross it, like President HH. So we'll be crossing over to the Mulungushi International Conference Center in a short while.
Yes, indeed, Cheswa. That's the National Election Results Center still there, showing on your screen. Well, and this is where the announcements have been made by the Commission from the time that they actually started. From voting day, obviously, people have been anticipating and looking forward to what exactly would come from there. And what we did see, just from this very place here, quite a number of people coming through as various stakeholders accredited, which was part of the process. You had to be accredited to be there. But quite notably, what things stood out for a number of people was the Tonse Alliance being a part of some of those stakeholders. They were in that auditorium, and any time that they felt that things were not moving how they expected them to move, they did, speak out and express their concerns with the Commission. Part of the concerns that they started with when they were raising these issues up is issues around, first of all, the time, when exactly results would be announced. The Commission would have a press briefing there and they would raise some of these concerns. But even going into the announcement of results, we did see more of these concerns raised. Part of also what came up from this was the Secretary to the Council of Presidents, Ezra Ngulube, from the UPND Alliance, also, coming through in his pajamas, in his pajamas, got into the auditorium, and emotions were high, and in the process, calling for the Commission to be respected as they announced the results, and giving them the liberty to do so. But that was not it. We've seen quite a number of more reactions coming through from the auditorium there. But away from that, I think it's also quite important to notice that, with the security being present, we remember that in 2021, we had something almost similar that seemingly created some sort of disruption within the auditorium. At that time was Mr. Paul Monga, who also had to be escorted from the auditorium. A lot of people were, asking questions. Was he under the influence of alcohol? Was he intoxicated? And so on. But this year around, we did see Mr. Enoch Roosevelt stronger, and him being part of the alliance. Obviously vulgar language that was being used in the auditorium as he was being escorted out. But why do we bring this up? We bring this up because it's been a clear indication that people had invested their time, people had also invested their emotions into this election. And speaking of emotions, that is now what we're seeing right now across different parts of Zambia as people are celebrating. There's jubilation going on. Cheswa soon will be crossing over to the different parts of Zambia and seeing how exactly people are reacting to the status quo, even prior to the Election Commission of Zambia making the official declaration. Remember that results can be put together just as it was at National Assembly level and local government level. We got different results. People had their personal, private tabulations from the respective polling stations, and it was trickling to the totaling centers in the different districts. But you can only make it official once the commission, the mandated institution, is able to make that confirmation. So just as it was through the returning officer at the various, totaling centers, the expectation is that this will definitely be there, coming through from the Election Commission of Zambia there as they make their way back soon. We're already seeing more celebrations within the auditorium there. Part of them includes the UPND Alliance. We have seen from the UPND Alliance present at the National Election Results Center, the Party for National Unity and Prosperity, the PNUP, being led by Mr. Hyvie Hamdudu. He's part of the UPND Alliance. He endorsed President Hakainde Hichilema as a presidential candidate months before. He's been part of the team at the National Election Results Center, making observations of what's been happening there. We did also see the likes of Mr. Mao Sampa, who is a former member of parliament for Matero constituency, now a delimitated a constituency. We've seen part of it that went to the National Reconciliation Party for Unity and Prosperity. That's Lima constituency, which has now been gone in favor of the NRPUP candidate, Mr. Kelvin Kaunda. But the other part of Matero, which is Matero constituency, has gone to the United Party for National Development, UPND candidate Alex Mumba Sakala. But we see Mr. Malsampa as part of the alliance partners. Him being present at the Mulungushi International Conference Center. We also did see the likes of Mr. Mark Simue. He is present as well there. He's media director for the party. He's been part of the, accredited, supporters of the UPND, or stakeholders rather, at the Mulungushi International Conference Center, among others. Worth also noting is Mlambo Haimbe, who was member of parliament for Lusaka Central and former cabinet minister, justice minister at some point, and foreign affairs and international cooperations minister. Quite interestingly, the position that he held as member of parliament for Lusaka Central has gone to another candidate from the UPND in Msaiwale Mlewa. So celebrations are already there, and I know soon will be crossing over to the community house where we have President Hakainde Hichilema, where he resides. Already, from what we're getting from our reporters who are on the ground, is that there's celebrations already going on in these parts of the capital city.
Well, there's a celebration still going. I am trying to see if I could pick out a member of the NRPUP from the auditorium there at the National Election Results Center. I don't know, Chimoga, if you could see any member of the NRPUP.
Well, just for that, it's interesting to note at this point.
I cannot see.
Let's remember that some of them were escorted out.
Well,
of the auditorium.
One of them was escorted out.
But there's actually been about two of them actually. We do remember that Mr. Celestine Mukandila, there was a response and call for him to exit the auditorium. So it was him first, and people have not seen much of him there from that particular time. I think the popular one now that people can evidently remember is of the Mr. Enoch Roosevelt Tonga, because of how recent it was. And from part of the team, from the Tonse Alliance, we had Mr. Celestine Mukandila, we had Mr. Enoch Roosevelt Tonga. We did see Mr. Kasonde Mwenda of the Economic Freedom Fighters, but also part of the Tonse Alliance, as well as Mr. Walia Nondo, who was part of the media team in the PF in 2021, and I guess with the Tonse Alliance. So with two of them being out, these two had remained. But as we speak, and information reaching us from our team that's on the ground there, is that there's nobody from the Tonse Alliance who has been seen from there.
Well, before we talk about the big one, Chimoika, of course, we'll be getting back into the National Elections Results Center, but there are new members of parliament that we will be seeing in the National Assembly. Faith Lungu is a member of parliament, independent in Malambo. She was going against the likes of Mike Mposha, who was a former minister, and he was a member of parliament for Munali constituency. She managed to scoop that vote, and we will be seeing a woman in that position in parliament. We did speak about Chongwe, who has again a female candidate there in the House. You're talking about Mwandi. Iris Kaingu is one who, well, wanted to compete, not wanted, well, she did participate in the 2021 elections. She lost. She got adopted on the Patriotic Front ticket. She did not make it. She tried again in 2026. She's managed to make it as an independent candidate. I mean, there was some controversy that President Hichilema, in fact, was pointing out that she wanted to be adopted on the UPND ticket, but she was told to wait. She decided to go the independent way. There's many other members of parliament that I can pick out that are coming into the House for the first time. In Munali, Thomas Sipalo did participate in 2021. He did not make it. He has made it this time around in 2026. He was going against, he was going against Mike Mposha as well in terms of the vote margin. But in Magoye as well, we have seen Nanchombe Kabunda Siatwambo. Also, she was not adopted in 2021. She went again in 2026. Quite some notable things that she managed to do in terms of development, creating, skills training centers, stadiums, and many other things that I think that she's managed to do. She's managed to pick it this time around in Magoye. And so you will be seeing quite many women in this National Assembly this year. And that is really what the leaders and those that wanted Bill 7 to go through imagined: a House, a new National Assembly with much more women in the House. Well,
speaking of women, and as we turn our attention back, Cheswa, to the presidential results and the build-up to the official declaration, because that now is what people will be looking forward to. And as it stands, with President Hakainde Hichilema leading, the expectation is that he will be declared a winner. But officially, this is going to be done by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. They say they will be back soon. And I think the period that we're looking at, from the time they started announcing these results to now, I think they've even developed a new name or a new tagline of ECZ time. I think for a long time people have known Zambian time
for a while now.
But now we seemingly have ECZ time. And on a lighter note, I'm being told now that as husbands, there's a new terminology to use. When your wife asks you what time will you be home, you just tell her ECZ
time.
And that could mean any time.
Is that something that you're getting acquainted to very well? Or perhaps,
I think I'll have to adopt it, so I'll definitely have to adopt.
Not for the married, not for the singles.
I don't know where you take the conversation there, but
Well, we're still talking numbers and elections. So
the important thing
I won't go there.
The important thing is obviously time, which has been the major conversation here. But look, they have clarified before that it's a matter of getting the verified results, which need to be communicated to you as the public. Now, as we anticipate the official declaration by the commission, as we mentioned earlier, celebrations have already begun. And right now we turn our attention to what's happening at Community House. The residence of the incumbent President Hakainde Hichilema, Justin Mlenga, is there to give us an update of how things are going. Justin.
Chimwaka, I can confirm with you that there are people stationed along Ring Road, and this being at the T junction of where Community House is located. It's a chilly evening, but this does not stop the UPND supporters from coming out to just celebrate and just appreciate the things that the UPND has been able to do, the last couple of years. And we've been able to see that from the time that the Election Commission of Zambia started announcing the results, Chimweka, one of the things we have seen is that the UPND presidential candidate has been in the lead from the time that the ECZ started announcing the results. We know that they've taken a brief break and they're yet to come back to, just give a consolidated feedback in terms of the results. And some of the UPND sympathizers, supporters are here just getting ready to hear from the Election Commission of Zambia. Once that's done and dusted, from their end, what they're saying is that they're confident, in the Election Commission of Zambia. They're equally happy and excited to get to hear what the final feedback is, because from the last update, we did get to hear from the ECZ, the incumbent was ahead by 2.4 million votes plus, and the leading opposition presidential candidate from the NRPUP, Brian Mundule, just trailing right behind with slightly over 900,000 votes. But allow me, Chimweka, to speak with one of the UPND supporters, Edda, who is joining me here. Edda, if you could just come close. Edda, come close here, and we would like to have a conversation with you. The time check right now, Edda, is 1 a.m. What made you come out here along Ring Road, close to Community House, just to, be a part of what's happening here?
The reason why I came here like this time around was that I'm just looking at what he has done like for the past 5 years. Because he has done a lot of things where people, some they can appreciate things, some they're not appreciating it. But as for me, I'm appreciating a lot of things what he has done. Because the first time that he won, that was in 2021, he mentioned to say that no Kadarism, and in Zambia there was very, very much peaceful and no Kadarism, and that's I was very much okay. That's all I can say. And for now, I know the UCZ does not yet mention the one who was won, but to me myself, I know that we are already done.
How are you feeling, Edda? How are you feeling right now? We're counting down to the Election Commission of Zambia announcing who the next president will be. What are you feeling right now?
I'm very much happy, even though he cannot see me. I don't think maybe I'll even meet him, but I'm just wishing to meet him and to see him, to very congratulate him, and as for me to say that I'm very much happy. I'm very much excited, but whereby I can't even wait. Like they should mention, say that the one who was won is ABCD. Yes, that's what I can say. Yeah, for now.
Edda, thank you so much. Chimweka, so the mood here, everybody is just excited and they're getting ready. They're on standby. There's music playing in the background and they're hoping to maybe get a glimpse of the president. I can tell you this, there is currently police presence on the other side of the street and they're not allowing anybody to go in, anybody who has not been given permission from State House, and that is from the media team, at State House. But from the looks of things, it seems that regardless of them not being allowed, they just want to be here to continue to wait for the Election Commission of Zambia. And once the results do come through, then they'll probably move to another location. But there is just a number of vehicles as well, just right behind me, trailing, parked on the other side. And I'm guessing these are the vehicles of, the UPND supporters. But I do have Joseph who's going to be joining me. Joseph, you could just come close by. And I see that you're equally here this morning. Just stand right here because the camera is this way. But I'd like to hear from you. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, I can't wait for ECZ to announce. Yeah, it has been a long journey. Yeah, I can't wait for ECZ to announce the results. Right now, I'm very happy, excited. I don't know the word that I can use, but I'm happy to be here. I'm waiting for ECZ to announce. Yeah.
What made you come out this morning? I mean, it's been a very long wait. We started this journey from the 13th of August. Yeah. Today's the 18th, and you know, it's been a very lengthy process for many. But from your end, what made you come out this morning?
Yeah, what made me to come out is that the love that I have for Bali. The love that I have for Bali is, I don't know how I can describe it. You know, I love Bali. Bali, I love you. And I feel like you're going to make it. Yeah, that's what I can say. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Joseph, for being here and having a conversation with us. And we're hoping to catch up with you later on as we're counting down to hear from the Electoral Commission. We'll allow you to step back, and I do have Kedwin, who is going to come through as well. Kedwin, it's been a very long process, and many at some point had thought that we're not going to get to this point because of the suspension of the vote counting by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. But from your end, you're here this morning. What made you come out?
Yeah, we've come a long way, and we've really waited for this moment, and we can't just wait for the ECZ to announce. And I hope they will announce to our expectations. The reason why I'm saying this because the most important thing is just to protect the free education. That's the most important thing about me, because some of us, we never experienced the free education, but our parents did. That was during the Kaunda time. But since Bali thought of bringing it back again, and we thought of maybe we support him so that even our children, they can also benefit. And maybe, who knows, maybe we can also produce a president or a first lady. That's the reason why we are here. Sure. And I can't just wait. Personally, I can't just wait. Honestly, I can't just wait.
Well, thank you for talking to us.
I was in the lead, by the way, ahead of the official declaration that the Electoral Commission of Zambia is expected to make. As we can see, the team of commissioners are back, and the Chief Electoral Officer is now speaking to the public.
The returning officer for the 2026 general election, or rather the 2026 presidential election, and Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, Mrs. Mwangalazalome State Council, to come and give the consolidated totals for the results for the 2026 presidential election and proceed with the rest of the ceremony. Chairperson, I invite you.
Where's the ruler? It's inside. Okay. Good morning, distinguished stakeholders. Good morning. I wish to share with you the consolidated results for the 226 constituencies. So we have the 226, all the constituencies are included, save for a few where the polling stations haven't yet concluded, but I'll explain as I read the statement. Now, the consolidated results are Pule Daniel, C, CPD 1,348, Siamunene Richwell, NFP 1,963, Njovu Akim, A, DU 2,496, Kunda Howard Zawapa, 2,561. Silumbe Richard, LM, 3,304. Mushimba Brian, OPP, 6,269. Chancer Given, MEE, 6,650. Katuta Given, Independent, 7,574. Membe Fred, SP, 12,194. Walia Kelvin, F, ZMP, 17,078. Kalabahari, CF, 19,070. Mundubile Brian, NRPUP, 1,856,217. Hichilema Hakainde S, UPND, 2,965,326. Now the statistics on the voters is as follows. Registered voters, 8,786,300. Valid votes cast, 4,902,050. Rejected votes, 126,566. Total votes cast, 5,028,616. Percentage turnout for this election, 57.23%. Now, pursuant to Section 73(2) of the Electoral Process Act, number 35 of 2016, I have decided to announce and declare the results of the presidential election, notwithstanding that complete results from some polling stations from 5 constituencies have not yet been received. For the avoidance of doubt, Section 73(2) provides that the returning officer shall announce and declare the result of a presidential election without having received the results of all polling stations. If A, to wait for the receipt of the result from every polling station would unduly and unreasonably delay the determination and declaration of the result of that election. And B, the outstanding results are not likely to materially influence the overall result of that election. Having carefully considered the circumstances, I'm satisfied that the conditions set out in Section 73(2) have been met. Waiting for the outstanding results would unduly and unreasonably delay the determination and declaration of the election outcome. Furthermore, the results yet to be received are not likely to materially affect or alter the overall result of the presidential election. Accordingly, the Commission has aggregated the number of registered voters from the affected polling stations in the 5 constituencies, whose results have not been received at the time of declaring results, which represents only 84,224. Below is the account of the total number of polling stations and the registered voters within those stations categorized by constituency. Now, I will categorize the constituencies. Kwacha constituency, a total of 36 polling stations containing 27,000 eligible voters. Chawama constituency, a total of 34 polling stations containing 28,896 eligible voters. Lusaka Central constituency, a total of 20 polling stations containing 17,668 eligible voters. Makeni constituency, a total of 10 polling stations representing a total of 9,079 eligible voters. Mandevu constituency, a total of 2 polling stations representing a cumulative total of 1,581 eligible voters. Results from Kwacha, Lusaka Central, and Chawama constituencies are yet to be received, while those in Makeni and Mandevu were lost due to an attack on post staff that led to the loss of election materials, including ballot papers. In view of the foregoing, and in accordance with the powers conferred upon me under the Electoral Process Act number 35 of 2016, I hereby proceed to declare the President-elect. The Electoral Process Act, General Regulations 2016, Declaration of President-elect. Whereas Parliament was dissolved on the 15th day of May 2026, and whereas an election to the office of President was conducted on the 13th day of August 2026. Now, therefore, I, Frances Mwangala, Zalumis State Council, being the returning officer for the election to the office of President, do hereby declare that I have, in accordance with the law, ascertained the results of such election and the valid votes were given to Hichilema Hakainde, to Hichilema Hakainde S, UPND, 2,965,326. The others who participated in the election are Mundubile Brian M, NRPUP, 1,856,217. Kalabahari CF, 19,070. Wadia Kelvin F, ZMP, 17,078. Member Fred SP, 12,194. Katuta Given Independent, 7,574. Chansa Given MEE, 6,650. Mushimba Brian OPP, 6,269. Silumbe Richard LM, 3,304. Kunda Howard Zawapa, 2,561. Njovu Akim A, GU, 2,496. Siamuneni Richwell, NFP, 1,963. Pule Daniel, CDP, 1,348. I therefore declare Hichilema Hakainde S to be president-elect of the Hello, can I finish? To be president-elect of the Republic of Zambia this 18th day of August 2026. Thank you. Thank you. Was that with me?
Yes. Declared President Hakainde Hichilema as president-elect for the 2026 general election. The voting that was held on 13th August, the counting and declaration has been concluded today, the 18th of August 2026. Initially, it should have been 72 hours, but of course, looking at the factors that have contributed to the delayment, here we are. And finally, there is jubilation in the room right here at the Lungushi Conference Center, where political party members and the UPND Alliance are jubilating in celebration of the declaration of President Hakainde Hichilema as president-elect with over 2 million votes, followed by NRPUP presidential candidate Bran Mundubile. In this case, who has come up as second following this election. We will be able to speak with some of the UPND members and observers, as well as the civil society organizations, just to understand how they have received this particular day. I have with me the National Youth Chairperson, Gilbert Liswaniso, just to tell us, how have you received the declaration? Finally, the day has come.
Thank you very much. The day has come. It has been a marathon for almost 3 months on the ground. For us as young people, knowing that I'm leading a group of young people, so excited, the young people who want to see a lot of things. We are happy that, again, the young people of this country have participated in this election to give back the presidency to Hakainde Hichilema. For us, we are happy. And also, I would like to mention that to the UPN youth, the spirit they met in this election, I want to say thank you to them all over the country. The Lusaka, Copperbelt, everywhere, Western Province, Eastern, Rapula, Muchinga, Central, Northern. I think I can tell you that the UPN youth made sure that they reach out to the young people of this country to ensure that they work with the Hakainde Hichilema, the students themselves. So for us, not a surprise. I always say that the re-election, it will start in 2041. And we mean it because we mean business when we are on the ground. So now The young people are expecting more from President, more jobs, more opportunities, more development. And our responsibility is to push the president, is to emphasize the leadership, ensure that he implements the promise and also so that the young people are able to benefit from his leadership. So I want to say thank you to the Zambian people, you the journalists, the media, church leaders, traditional leaders for the support. And also had luck to the opposition. It was a good fight. We say good luck.
Well, I would like you to speak to both political parties, the UPND, the NRP, UP, and as a whole, the whole parties that participated in this election. I mean, the declaration has been done, but of course, it's either they will concede defeat or they may petition this election. But overall, I would like you to just put up a word on how you would want your youths, together with other youths, should celebrate this. How do you want them to celebrate this particular declaration? Because now we have to go back to our normal lives. How would you want them to do this?
First of all, we only have Zambia, one country, all of us we are one people. Politics is a game of ideas. We would want to urge the people of Zambia, all political parties, that the game has gone, politics has gone, the focus now is to develop this country. The focus of the opposition now is to do checks and balances. That's what we want from them. Yes, when in a game, you may petition, you may not agree, but the life has to continue at the end of the day. The fact of the matter, we have won this game very well because of the structure on the ground, and we emphasize, and I'm the one of the people who made the opposition to prepare their mind to say that you are not winning this election. So their role, they know it. Their role is to do checks and balances. If they are not happy with the result, they've got the constitutional right to petition. But I would tell you that as we are moving now, is to focus on the suffering of the people of Zambia now. I just want to urge the young people of UPND, all political parties, that we are one. No violence, no pushing one another. Let's focus on developing this country. That is my message. Message of peace, message of reconciliation. That's what we need to see as a nation, especially when we, the young people, we are in charge of this country. We are the majority. We shouldn't destroy this country, but should focus now on developing this country and asking our leaders, those in opposition, those in government, to implement the will and all the needs of the people of Zambia. And that is our responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
The rest, I'll give you a chance to speak to the first best. I think they have been here from the time of the announcements when they started up until today when the declaration has happened. Just getting to him how he has viewed the process as a whole from the voting day up until this day of the declaration of the elections.
It's been indeed a busy period and a busy day it has been on stakeholders that have been, observing this election. The verdict has finally been, passed. The Electoral Commission of Zambia has declared President Hakainde Hichilema as winner of the election. Allow you to face that camera right now, even as we are doing our interaction. You have been coming here at Mulungushi Conference Center. To begin with, what do you make of, the outcome of the election?
First and foremost, we want to thank God because God is a God of peace. We thank God for all the process that was here during election time, campaigning up to this process of voting until the announcement of the results, up to the end of announcing the elect president. So we thank God for what he has done. Otherwise, we commend the ECZ for the great work that they carried. It's not a simple work. It's not a simple work. Some can blame them, some can congratulate them, but finally, God has done it. Yeah, and my message to the winner, let them embrace even those that have lost. Let them please educate their supporters not to beat each other, even the opponents that know you are not supporting us. What we are encouraging here as bishops is peace, because it's one Zambia, one nation. And to those that have lost, next time you can participate. Learn a lesson from those people that were losing, but they are not doing anything involving their youths or their supporters to go for violence. It was not like that, so we can copy from them, sure. it's just the message of peace. Let us embrace each other, so that peace should continue after the former manner.
It's a jubilant moment for the ruling United Party for National Development. At this, moment, we know that, hundreds have probably come out to celebrate the outcome of this election. To the Zambian youths out there who, form part of the register, of voters as registered by the Electoral Commission of Zambia, eligible people to vote. What is your message, even as they go out there to celebrate?
When you are celebrating, I've seen previously, there are some people when their candidates being declared the winner, they begin to travel there and there, taking buses, maybe on top of the buses. At the end, you lose your life. So let us take care of ourselves. Yes, we believe that peace is there, but it's you to maintain that peace. And I would like also to continue encouraging these people to be steady of what they are doing. Don't mock anybody. Don't mock anybody. Thank God for God to give you this opportunity so that you may win. I'm talking to the supporters, and the message to the president-elect is the president for everyone, even those that have lost. Is the president for everyone. Let him embrace everyone, including opposition. This is the message to the president-elect. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, sir, for having an interview with us live on the Zambian Vote.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless Zambia. Thank you.
Well, it's quite, a moment here at Mulungushi Conference Center, which has been the National Election Results Center for the 2026 general election. The Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ chairperson being the presidential returning officer, has declared incumbent President Hakainde Hichilema as duly elected president going forward. And this marks, the beginning of his second term in office. There are quite a number of people here who are celebrating this moment. Just behind me, like you can see, is a chairperson of, the United Party for National Development. There are although other, senior officials of the party. They've been here listening in to the results as announced by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. It's done, and we await to see what, will result into these, elections. We should also make mention to you that even if the declaration has been made in accordance with, the articles of the Constitution, there are some constituencies whose results have not yet been received by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. We know of Chawama, Kwacha constituency, Lusaka Central, Mandevu, among others. We will continue giving you live updates on the 2026 general election. But for now, from here at Mulungushi Conference Center, we throw it back to you, Cheswa and Chimweka. It has been me, Darius Jr., and my colleague, Victoria Kaye Yambani.
Thank you so much, Darius, for that report from the National Election Results Center, where the official declaration has been made. President Hakainde Hichilema retaining his seat as the Republican president of Zambia after getting to contest the 2026 election. In 2021, Cheswa, we got to see that there was the famous 2.8 million. You got about 2.8 million last year. This time we're talking about 2.9 million, but the lead is also quite interesting, the margin between himself and trailing behind him, Mr. Brian Mundubile. We're looking at over 1.1 million, to be precise, 1,109,101 votes in between the two leaders here. That's from the constituencies have been covered thus far. With the 2026 general election. Congratulations to this man right here, an economist, businessman, Zambia's 7th Republican president, and being elected into his second tenure. And this is what will be interesting for so many people, seeing what else he'll be able to do under his second mandate as decided by the voters in this year's election. And we'll also be getting the live feed from different parts of Zambia. We're seeing that jubilation, celebrations are currently ongoing. Earlier, I was speaking with Justin Mlenga, who is at Community House, the residents of the winner, the president-elect from 2026. But we'll get more views from various reporters that we have on the ground across the country.
He's 64 years old, and he again wins this election. 2021, like you say, 2.8 million. Now just over 100,000, around 2.9 is what he gets against his
over 150,000 votes.
Over 150,000 over his closest rival from the NRPUP, Brian Mundubile. And now we'd like to also get some reactions. This time we go to Livingstone, and we'd like to speak to Miriam Siamakata. Miriam, thank you for joining us, and good that you're still up this morning. What's the mood like there in Livingstone, the southern part of the country? Where are you exactly?
I'm currently in Livingston Central constituency, and specifically in Zambezi ward of Livingston, one of the 20 wards here in Livingston. And after the announcement of the results by the Electoral Commission of Zambia, I have witnessed a number of community members come out of their homes, despite this being a zone that is frequently visited by elephants, especially around this time of the night. And I have heard a number of screams from different places, and I have heard some fireworks play from also different parts of just within this same area. But Cheswa Kapasa here, another exciting scene is to get to see a young person also just join me today to just talk about how he feels about the announcement of the election results and what he looks forward to as these new leaders have been elected, especially from the earlier results that were announced, and now that the presidential candidate, the presidential elect, has been announced. You can come to us. How do you feel about these election results, and what do you look forward to, especially as a young person?
First of all, how I feel about these results, these are cool and blessed results in other ways. And what I look forward for specifically to the president, like I would like him to focus more on Southern Province and construct a lot of things or create a lot of things, because I've seen the president focusing in those areas like Eastern, which is Central, that side, Lusaka. But here in Livingstone, the president does not so much time in Zambia, you get that. So I would like the president to focus more in it, because if you see a lot of good results, they came from Southern Province. So it shows how we love the president and what we expect the president to do for us.
Okay, but for you as a young person, since there are a number of young people that have voted out there in the country from different parts of the country, what do you think be an area of concern for you as a young person? What do you look for? For you, the youth of Zambia?
Okay, like for me as a youth, I think you need to create more jobs for the youth, because as you know, to say Livingstone, yes, Livingstone is a cool place, but without creating jobs for us youths, we end up turning into junks, you get that? Because once the jobs they are being reduced, meaning us youths will be idle. So us being idle, meaning.
Okay, that's reporter Miriam in Livingston District getting to interact with one of the supporters of President Hakainde Hichilema. I mean, he's in red, dressed in red there, just from what we're able to see. And he has talked about how he feels about this result, talking about the resounding vote that came through from the Southern Province, how a number of people turned up to vote. And it's quite evident, President Hakainde Hichilema getting a huge number of votes from the Southern Province, contributing to a larger part of this over 2.9 million votes that he's gotten consolidated cumulatively from what has been announced by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. But interestingly, he talks about his expectations. He feels that when it comes to issues of development, the Southern Province has been left out in as far as development is concerned based off the last 5 years. So his expectations that there will be more focus on development within Southern Province to sort of give back to the voters there for this resounding victory, for what they've contributed to this resounding victory. So those are his expectations there. And he's expecting that in the next 5 years, under the mandate of President Hichilema, Southern Province will be able to receive a fair share of development in as much as other parts of the country have been able to benefit. Those are his views.
Well, those are his views. We still have many other parts of the country, and from this morning up until the rest of the day, in the next 24 hours, I think one of the things that we'll be trying to give you a picture of is what people really are thinking, and what are some of the reasons as to why have the people of Zambia have given the president another 5-year term. And one of the things that, of course, we'll be looking at is just to get different reactions from people from different parts of the country. It's 226 elective constituencies, and the Electoral Commission of Zambia have finally declared the president-elect. We're yet to see if the opposition perhaps will, have, expressing displeasure. Are they going to petition these results? I mean, they have the right, it's their constitutional mandate or constitutional right to petition the results if it is that they feel that they should. And that is why there is that period to petition the results. But one of the things that we must also emphasize and continue to talk about is peace before, during, and after these elections. And that's what's most important. One of the things that we'll be looking at also is to give you what the National Assembly will look like, a very different scenario in terms of those that will be making laws, those that will be representing the different constituencies. 226, 20 women, 5 persons living with disabilities, youth as well, represented in this new National Assembly.
That's right, Cheswa. It's 4 minutes past 3 a.m. It's a brand new day, 18th of August, 2026. We're just from getting the declaration being made by the Electoral Commission of Zambia through the returning officer in Mrs. Mwangala Lomes regarding the presidential winner. And well, quite interestingly, we have seen that there has been a response coming through from President Hakainde Hichilema. He has already taken time to write on his Facebook page to thank the people of Zambia. And I'll read this, and I quote, "Thank you, Zambia. We are truly humbled by the trust you have placed in our hands to hold our nation's highest office and to be your servant once more. This election showed the world who we are, a nation of peace, a nation of law and order, a democratic nation that settles our differences at the ballot box and nowhere else. Over these months, we have traveled to all 116 districts, to our nation's cities, our compounds, our villages, and our farms. We saw firsthand the challenges that our people are facing and resolved to work with you to solve these challenges together. To those citizens who preferred the ideas presented by our opponents, we hear you, and we will continue to work for you to ensure that every Zambian benefits from the development we are delivering. As we return to work as your servant, we carry with us the memories of the children we met throughout the campaign, and we commit to building a better Zambia for all of you to inherit. Fellow citizens, we love you, we care for you, and we have heard you clearly. Now we must work harder than ever before to deliver meaningful development for every single Zambian in every corner of our country. Indeed, we will devote all our energies to development and progress, strengthened by unity, cooperation, and our shared purpose as one nation. After a hard-fought campaign, the people have spoken, and we turn our focus to building even greater peace and prosperity and remain one Zambia, one nation. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. So that is what he's shared, end of quote. And just thanking the people regarding the official declaration that was made by the commission there, and people are outside his residence, Cheswa, ready to celebrate with him and waiting to hear from him. I do remember in 2021, immediately after the declaration was made, in the early hours of, if I'm not mistaken, should have been the 16th of August at that time, we did see that in the early hours of that particular day, by then he was president-elect, just as he is now, he did take time to address the media at a community house later that day. A number of media practitioners, the journalists, and not only that, even influencers took time to head over to community house to hear the president speak and address the people. And on that particular day, one thing that stood out for so many people was his call, first of all, for peace. Just as he's reiterating here from this message, I'm just reading his calls for peace. That's where he made the statement that all people that have, all of his supporters that had intended to cause violence or to attack the Patriotic Front or to get back at them for what they described as hooliganism, cadreism under the Patriotic Front regime, he called for all his supporters not to do that, to hold back from engaging in any form of violence, but instead to embrace their political opponents, despite what they might have experienced under the tenure of the Patriotic Front, or what they personally might have experienced at the hands of those that committed violent crimes against them. So he made that particular call, and this time around, through this statement, he's reiterating this particular message of peace. Part of his message says that we are known to be a country of peace, Cheswa. You would agree that you've been recently, through your social media, hosting a content creator from Ghana. He's in the country right now, and one thing that he's been sharing on his social media and also through interactions with him is that he's been amazed by how peaceful the country has been during a period of election. And at some point, he's been saying it doesn't even feel like there's an election going on because of the amount of peace. People tend to expect that there will be, chaos in a country. People would be going through a lot of hardships. Of course, we cannot ignore or not acknowledge the different concerns that have been raised by the opposition with regards, the state of democracy and, what has been happening or what is going on with some of their colleagues in the opposition. We cannot ignore that. But from a general perspective, I think Zambia has been commended for the amount of peace that is experienced, across the country.
Absolutely. The amount of peace is what I think is important for the country. And I think that we should be getting also a feel of what the election observers, the EU, SADC, and all of the missions that were here, speaking peace and just observing this democratic process. But also news diggers, and I quote, they also write, HH wins this election and Munduvile and Makebi flee. They are seeking refuge at UN agency in Lusaka. This is a headline on the News Diggers front page. It'll be good to get a little bit more details in this particular story. You do know that this is a developing story, and it will be good that we give our viewer a little later, perhaps in the Diamond News Desk at 8. We'll be able to, to just break down that story and be able to give the public what exactly is happening to the NRPUP leader, Brian Munduvile and Makebi Zulu. They have given a few statements as to them feeling that the election has not been free and fair. They feel that they've been oppressed. They have not participated freely in this election, and that they have not been able to interact. They have not been able to campaign freely, that their votes and the results have been manipulated. We did see statements from them earlier on within the election. So those are some of the things coming in, but lots of celebrations still happening in Kalomo. There is still people that would like to say a few things. We were in Livingstone, where we were speaking to Miriam Siamakata, but also we'll be going over to Kalomo. Let's hear much more of what's going on there. There are people, Shimoeka, that are still sending in congratulatory messages. It started of course, from the National Totaling Center, members of the United Party for National Development, but others too would like to give a few details. Let's see what we have.
But we'll be getting to that shortly, Cheswa, with regards to celebrations coming through from the different parts of the country, the different districts. I saw just Lusaka alone, where we are seeing the celebrations. We did have the views coming through from the National Election Results Center, where the Election Commission of Zambia made the declaration, and the different people who were present in that auditorium. We did see a number of the alliance partners, the likes of Mr. Haivi Hamdudu, Mr. Mao Sampa. I think at the time we were just shifting from the pictures there to here at studio. We saw the NCP president, Mr. Peter Chanda, getting to speak with the media there, flanked by the former cabinet minister, former minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mlambo Haimbe, who's been there during the course of this period. We did see the likes of Mr. Mark Simue. And we've seen more people coming through. I did see the Deputy Secretary General of the UPND, Madam Gertrude Menda. We did see the National Chairperson, Collins Maoma, who was also present there, just part of the initial celebrations while there. They were popping champagne, initiated by Mr. Mao Sampa himself. He did, pop the champagne and,
was
managed
it
to share.
Initiated by him? Perhaps it was just handed over to him.
Well, he's going to pop the champagne, and he opened the bottle, and he managed to distribute the drinks into the glasses. Champagne is associated with celebrations.
I can imagine it's going to be a busy morning for many of the United Party for National Development supporters. For many others, really, today is a working day, and in the next few hours, people will still need to be on their laptops, on their desks. And I can imagine for many who have to report at as early as 8 a.m. With some champagne. But let's see.
Less than 5 hours to go before it's 8 a.m. But let's see whether these people are ready for 8 a.m. today in Monze. As we speak with our reporter, Ian, we were catching up with him earlier. He was right in front of what seemed to be a pub or a nightclub. And he didn't mention that people already began the celebrations. We could hear campaign songs playing in the pub there. Ian, what's the latest update? How are people celebrating the official declaration over there in Monze district? We can hear that motorists are honking their vehicles. What exactly is going on? What's the mood right now in Monze after the declaration of President Hakainde Hichilema as president-elect? Ian?
Ian, able to get us? Well, there's quite some activity there happening. We'll see if we can try to speak back to Ian and see if we could try to get a connection there. But I mean,
look at the people walking, Jeswa. I guess that looks like people coming through from their homes or from wherever. This appears to be a central business district of Monze. From what it looks like, because it looks quite busy. We're seeing motorists in his background there. Getting on top of their vehicles. I'm not quite sure if the Road Transport and Safety Agency will be active on board to ensure that road safety is still applied, even as people get to celebrate all throughout the day today. But let's get to hear from Ian. Ian, we can see that people are already celebrating. We're seeing people right behind you walking in their UPND regalia. Motorists clearly celebrating. We're seeing the pedestrians as well in the background. What's the mood like in Monze district right now?
In Monze district right now, I can confirm with you that people are excited. When I came into town around 22, it was quiet. I didn't expect to see a lot of people here in Monze, but what we are experiencing right now, as you can see from the picture behind me, people are excited. This is one of the United Party for National Development is a stronghold. So people have been talking in break into town. I can confirm with you that this is not the population that you see on a normal day in Monday, but people have been passing for the past 30 minutes. You might think that one would ask where all these people have come from. Probably others are from St. Mary's and neighboring towns. People are excited in Monday. As you can see, there's also tight security. Just behind me, there is a police vehicle. Just make sure that there is peace, there is security in as much as people are excited.
And well, have you managed to speak to any of the people? I could see quite many. Where are these people going? It looks like there's a certain direction to where they're just going.
Town.
Yes, Ian, go ahead. Ian, have you managed to speak to any of the people celebrating today?
Okay, let me get one.
Oh, okay, that'll be interesting. He's trying to get someone just now who he can speak with. People clearly excited. Some are now running. From what appears, if we heard him correctly, running to Monze town, which should be the central business district. He's still searching to see if he can get one. It should be very difficult for him actually, Cheswa, to get one.
Everybody's focused on the road and celebrating, and but well, it'll be interesting to see if he can manage to.
But even more so because now they are running. I mean, they were walking earlier, but now they are running. Towards, well, I guess where the celebrations will be. And it'll be interesting to find out how exactly the celebrations will go when they get to their destination. What will happen? Will people be dancing? Will they be, well, look what's happening now, Cheswa. I don't know if Ian is safe right now. I'm actually worried about him and his equipment. Ian, you seem bombarded right now by all these excited supporters clad in red.
Oh my.
Is everything okay there? Ian, please confirm that you're fine, Ian.
Ian, are you okay?
Perhaps this is not the best idea right now for Ian.
Well, I would like to see where they're going. If it's an event, like you say, if it's an...
well, it seems like we might have Ian back on track. Ian, well, you seem to have recovered from everything that was going on. Maybe we need to give him some time to catch his breath because he was clearly surrounded by so many happy supporters of the United Party for National Development. But anyway, we'll allow him to catch his breath there. Let's get to another district, Mazabuga district, the sweetest town of Zambia, as it's known. Well, let's find out how sweet the celebrations are as of this morning as we get to speak with Mavis Muchia, who is over there. Mavis, what's the mood like in Mazabuga?
Okay, so as you can see, if you're able to see from the background, there are actually a lot of people that are celebrating right now. So it might interest you to know that these people actually came into the streets as early as 01 hours before even the president was actually declared. So even at now, I'm actually standing in front of the Mazabuga Central Police Station, and as you can see, people are actually moving from the south direction, heading into town as if they're heading to Lusaka. So there are a lot of people, there are multitudes of people that are actually chanting and singing, praising President Hakainde Hichilema, as well as, as you can see from the background, a lot of people, a lot of youths, a lot of women, a lot of men, that are singing and chanting. So they are very happy to the victory of President Hakainde
Mavis. Okay, I mean, they're clearly getting closer to Mavis there. Mavis, I don't know if you're able to speak with any one of them there, because, I mean, they're already right next to you. Let's hear how they're feeling about this victory.
So actually, this is the mood right now in Mazabuka town. As you can see, there are a lot of people. This is just a handful of what is happening here. They're singing, they're chanting, and they are very happy at the moment.
Now, what will also be interesting, you mentioned that you are at the police station over there in Mazabuga. What's the situation around the town? Are we seeing patrols by the police to ensure that even as people are celebrating, they're celebrating safely?
So I actually spotted 2 cruisers for the police, and I can actually tell that a number of police officers have been deployed around the town just to ensure that there's security and everything. We are talking about properties as well as lives are protected. So as you see these people celebrating, I can assure you that there is total security. The police are just moving around trying to ensure that the place is safe for everyone who is actually celebrating right now. It is a peaceful environment, and I'm pretty sure even as they go towards the end of their celebrations, there will be no any form of violence, any form of anything that will actually disturb the peace that is Mazabuka enjoying right now.
All right.
You answer, Nicheso?
Perhaps maybe I should ask, do you know where many of these people are actually walking to right now? Do you know where most of the people you can see walking are walking to? Like, is there like a final destination as to where they are going to celebrate from?
At first, these people were heading to the party secretariat, the UPND secretariat, and the secretariat is actually about a kilometer away from where I'm standing. So they actually gathered at the secretariat at first, and from there, I think they only gathered for 30 minutes or so. They decided to come into town. So in town, they don't have a specific place where they are going. They're just moving around. And all I know is that maybe afterwards they'll be able to go back to the secretariat because that was their meeting place at first. So right now they're just going around the town, celebrating, singing, chanting, and all that. So in town right here, they don't have a specific place where they're going to gather apart from the secretariat that is way back from where they came from.
Well, even the truck drivers are celebrating along with the people over there. But before we let you go, Mavis, I would also like to know what has been the situation within Mazabuga leading up to this announcement. I ask this question because, for example, here in Lusaka, business has almost come to a standstill. You drive around Lusaka, you find that a lot of shops and stores have been closed from the different, areas of business activity, including the central business district itself. What has been the mood there in Mazabuga? Has it been business as usual as the residents have been waiting for the final declaration?
So during the day, it was business as usual. There was no interruption of businesses. People were just going about their everyday mood, their everyday business. But from the few that I spoke to during the day, they actually indicated to say they're just waiting for the declaration of the president so that they can come into the streets and celebrate the declaration. So during the day, it was business as usual. There was no interruptions. There was nothing like what. People were working as usual. They were selling as usual. They were just trading just like normal days, but really eagerly waiting for the announcement of the final results by the Electoral Commission of Zambia. And here we are. They are celebrating.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, and stay safe as you, conclude the rest of the morning. But let's see what's happening on the Great East Road. Victoria Kayeyamban is just coming out of the National Tottling Center. Let's crossover to her. Victoria, how's it going there, and what is the mood like? Would you tell us?
The mood is quite hot. Of course, there is a lot of jubilation around Mlungushi Conference Center and the Great East Road as a whole. A lot of UPNG members are outside just celebrating the declaration of President Hakainde Hichilema as president-elect for the 2026 general election. I will try and get close to see if I can speak to some of the people that are here just to celebrate this particular declaration and what they are hoping to see after this particular day. Good evening, how are you? We are live on Diamond TV. Just tell us how you have received today.
As president of Zambia Talent and Sports and also a political advisor, I'm very happy. This is a good thing. We have received it well because this is a man who promotes peace and unity in the country. So these elections, congratulations to ECZ. They've done it nobody. That's why we have seen everyone is happy. Thank you.
Majority of the people here seem to be the youths. Let me try and speak to more. Please tell us, why are you here and why are you so happy?
I'm very happy today because the President Hakainde Hichilema, we have elected him. He has come back to the office. So I'm very happy because I'm one of the beneficiaries from HH. So I'm happy, I'm excited. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Yeah. We didn't want somebody who can lead us as if we are prisoners. We wanted HH as a father to lead us. That's why I'm here. I'm celebrating.
What are some of the priority areas do you think President Hakainde Hichilema can start working on as soon as he assumes office, of course, after the inauguration?
You know, the previous term of Hakainde, it was hard. Yes, he was trying to fix some other things. Yeah. But we believe that now, this second term, President Hakainde Hichilema is going to do more the way he did last term. Yes. We know that as the East policy, a lot of things will be done. Yes, we believe that.
Let me speak to one more youth here right outside the Mlungushi Conference Center. Please tell us why you are here and why you are so happy.
I'm so happy because I'm a student, first of all, I'm a student. So you know what Val has done for us students? It's increased the meal allowances, accommodation allowances, everything. And you've seen what Val has done so far. Our economy was very down. Kwacha is the most happening currency most in Africa. You know that, so we're very happy, we're very excited, and we want to continue. Yeah, like for me.
Well, those are the sentiments that are coming through from the youths around the Great East Road, right outside the Mlungushi Conference Center. Of course, as you can see, the men in uniform are keeping vigil of this particular place. It has been an important place for the results of the 2026 presidential elections. And today, the declaration has been made, and this is why we are seeing that the roads are very hot right outside the Mlungushi Conference Center.
All right, Victoria Kaye Yambani there, just outside the Mlungushi International Conference Center. She's mentioned, which has served as the National Election Results Center. And what we see present there is tight security at the entrance, obviously very sensitive place. This is where the declaration was made. And I mean, from earlier in the last couple of days, we did see how emotions got to rise. And obviously, one thing you want to make sure is that everybody's secure there, even more so for the commissioners, the chief electoral officer, the chairperson herself, and the team generally, because some of the concerns were raised against the commission. So it's very important that we saw that security. What was also quite noticeable, Cheswa, I don't know if you also saw this, at the time the announcement was being made, we saw men and women in uniform already, standing right in front of the commissioners, guarding just the surrounding where they were making this particular announcement. And just to make sure that in case of anything, you have the, team from the commission as protected and as safe as possible. So obviously, this is very important during a time like this. Just one of the speakers, just immediately after the declaration that Darius got to speak with, he spoke with a man from the clergy, and that was his message there, to maintain the peace and unity even during this particular time. When I started, even when you have candidates who have grievances or they have their concerns that get to emerge, they have to follow, obviously, the established channels, the legal channels of having these addressed, and that's through the courts of law. And we definitely understand that this will be happening in the different levels. Not just, it's not just something that is unique to a presidential level. If the losing candidates decide to take it up from there, it's something that they'll have to consider if they feel. But for now, let's get more of the reactions as we hear from Andrew Mwansa right here in Lusaka, who gives us the update. Andrew.
For the students at the University of Zambia. I've got a couple of them with me here, and I'm just going to get a reaction with regards to how they feel with regards to President Hakainde being elected as President of the Republic of Zambia. You have been marching from the University of Zambia up until now. How do you feel that President Echech has been elected as president-elect?
So all we have to say is that we are happy of the current president. His leadership should continue. The president has been working. Us as students of the University of Zambia, me speaking here, the chancellor,
Well, unfortunately, we've lost the connectivity there with Andrew Mwansa, who was speaking with the University of Zambia students who are just expressing why they're excited, why they're happy about this particular victory for President Hakainde Hichilema. That's right outside the Bulungushi International Conference Center, where we're still seeing more celebrations along the Great East Road of Lusaka. But we understand that the celebrations continue even in the northern part of Zambia. I understand that celebrations going on in Muchinga, Cheswa.
Yeah, let's speak to Christabel. Is it Christabel we're about to go to now? Let's see if we can speak to her in Nakonde. Let's see what celebrations look like there in Nakonde.
All right. So we'll be speaking with Christine in a bit, here how things are going in Nakonde. Interesting enough, just for Muchinga province, what stands out for Muchinga province is at presidential level, we saw that the NRPUP presidential candidate, Mr. Brian Munduwile, got a higher amount of votes compared to the winner, in this case, in President Hakainde Hichilema. That's one of the provinces that did well for Mr. Brian Munduwile, alongside provinces such as the Northern Province, Luapula Province, Eastern Province. They gave Mr. Munduwile a presidential vote. But this is, again, not to ignore the fact that still in these parts of the country, there was two, certain sections of society that decided to vote in favor of the president-elect, President Hakainde Hichilema. And I mean, Lusaka is one of those, provinces in the country that had seen, different, voters making a decision, votes being shared among the two front runners in President Hakainde Hichilema and Mr. Brian Munduwile. But let's turn back to Nakonde in Muchinga province, where we have our reporter Christabel to give us what the mood is like. Christabel, well, your background seems quite peaceful, quiet, not as loud as what we've seen from the other districts so far. What's the mood like right now in Nakonde?
The atmosphere is very peaceful. There are just a few people on the streets that I'm able to see right now. The atmosphere hasn't really advanced. The celebrations have not advanced very much. Maybe it could be that it's because the announcement has just been made. And Nakonde is a rural place. People are still indoors. And I'm sure we're expecting a bit of some advance in terms of celebrations once it's done.
Christabel, first of all, when we talk about Nakonde, I mean, there are different interesting dynamics. I was talking about how, first of all, at presidential level, in Muchinga province, Mr. Brian Mundubile got majority of the vote. Mwenzo, where I believe you are in Nakonde district, we understand that the member of parliament is now Mr. Lucas Simumba. He's the member of parliament elect. As voted by the people. Could it also be because of that maybe a majority of the residents there or most of the residents there are not exactly supporters of President Hakainde Hichilema and perhaps we're expectant of the opposition carrying the day?
It's hard to tell. It's quite hard to tell for now because earlier, just before the announcements were concluded, when ECZ has just given us 192 out of the 226, we checked on the streets of Nakonde. We were here in town and we found some people on the streets who were doing some early celebrations. But just 2 hours later, everyone disappeared from the streets, and I can only see a few people who are dressed in party regalia, in the UPND regalia. As you can see around, in my background, it's business as usual. There are trucks moving in and out. There are motorbike riders who are moving about. So it's really quite hard to tell for now if that could be the contributing factor.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Before we let
still have more
Christabel go, what are the dynamics also? What has business been like? Because Nakonde is known for its economic activity as well. And like you mentioned, you have trucks moving in and out. And, you know, there's a lot of business that goes on there. What has the mood been like business-wise? Have we been able to see business slowing down or coming to a standstill as people anticipate or were anticipating the presidential result?
There's been some slight change. 2021, taking you back to 2021, on a day like this one, on a night like this one, there were the business had really slowed down. We didn't see a lot of trucks on the roads crossing into Tanzania through the Nakonde border. But what we've seen this time around is there seems to be no change in terms of how business has been. There've been no serious change. Trucks have been moving from the day of voting on Thursday up to date. Trucks have been moving in and out. Just the other day, we checked on some shop owners past 22 hours on Friday, and shops were still operating. Motorbike riders are still here, free operating. Everybody is doing their business as usual. So it's still busy. Traffic is still flowing in. We checked at the border earlier, and we'll still be getting back to the border just to check how things are moving in the border zone right there and how operations are going on, to see if people are still entering into Zambia, if people are still traveling out. But what we've seen from at commercial level, trucks are still moving and it's business as usual. It's busy.
All right, Christabel, thank you so much. Coming through from Nakonde district there, Mwenzo. So Cheswa, Mr. Lucas Mumba has gotten this particular seat. In fact, this should be a new seat under the delimitation exercise. He contested under the National Reconciliation Party for Unity and Prosperity, NRPUP. So we've seen that at parliamentary level, they've been able to get this particular seat, and at presidential level, it's got in favor of the opposition, NRPUP. But according to Christabel, business has continued, and you still have, you know, certain sections of societies. There's some residents who are in support of, you know, President Hakainde Hichilema, and they'll probably be the ones to celebrate in that border town. Of course, you'd expect that business should, you know, continue, especially for a border town such as, you know, that one. Politics should not be able to, you know, bring anything to a standstill. And perhaps that also speaks more into the peace that everybody, any well-meaning Zambian has been advocating for. When you have that peace, you're able to see that, you know, the wheels of the economy still continue moving, even in an election year, even during, you know, a voting period. and as people anticipate the results. Even if it doesn't go in your favor, still business gets to carry as usual.
President Hichilema has quite many things that he has to address. Obviously, there are people that didn't vote for him. There are also those that managed to vote for him. And there's many things that he has pledged to do. The free education policy is one of the things perhaps that did set him apart from the other candidates, because this was a very important aspect of development for many of the students that needed meal allowances. We did see him just prior to the election, meeting hundreds and thousands of students that went to State House and just meeting with the president. He spoke much about issues around free education, the areas around restructuring the debts, and putting back the economy on a positive trajectory. These are key issues, but the bread and butter issues, the cost of living, we get back to speaking to members of parliament. And I mean, we will be looking at how many it is that are on the side of the United Party for National Development. But what will the independent candidates also, Chimweka, be telling us? What kind of laws and what are some of the things that they will be looking at? What are the punching holes in terms of development and national development, social cash transfers, the people that haven't yet been paid in terms of retirement benefits and so on. So there's quite many things that will start to shape up and to pop up in terms of what the president-elect will start to look at. What will the speech look like in terms of the acceptance speech at the inauguration ceremony? What will the opposition begin to work on? Are they going to restructure? Do we still see the NRPUP strong enough or formidable enough to still go on to the next election? Do we see members of parliament in the opposition, putting up a strong fight in the National Assembly? And those are some of the things that we begin to talk about, on Diamond as we carry on, even after today, as we've seen the announcement of the president-elect. So those are some of the things that we expected to begin to talk about.
There's definitely life after an election. And from here, obviously, the big question is what gets to happen next. And well, the expectation is that in about 7 days, there should be an inauguration. That is, if we'll not be able to see a petition. I mean, it is also a constitutional right for any aggrieved candidate at presidential level to make a petition if they feel so, if they feel the need to do so. And of course, that will obviously extend the period because there would need to be the hearing of that petition if it gets to that point. In 2021, we never saw that happen. We saw that the losing candidate in late President Edgar Lungu did accept the results as they were. We saw President Hichilema, president-elect, and a week later being inaugurated at the National Heroes Stadium. But this also extends to the different elective positions at National Assembly level. We did see actually the Attorney General, Mulilo Kabesha, not too long ago, speaking with the different prosecutors from the National Prosecution Authority and different legal minds, just bracing them for the times ahead. In fact, from what he said is get ready, just getting them ready pretty much for petitions at different levels. In 2021, we saw several petitions by losing candidates at parliamentary level. And what we saw from that is a number of them were not successful. A few others were successful, for example, in places such as, Kabushi constituency, where Mr. Bowman Nusambo was member of parliament. We saw that his seat was nullified. We saw this get to happen in Kwacha constituency, where we had Mr. Joe Malanji. His seat was nullified, and both of these seats eventually went to the United Party for National Development. And all this was as a result of the petition. But there's several other seats that were petitioned and didn't go in favor of the losing UPND candidates, to be more precise, because they're the ones who petitioned. So this year around, that is anticipation even by the Attorney General that there will be several petitions, and the judiciary will have to be ready. They'll have to have the capacity to attend to the numerous petitions they're most likely going to receive, because the losing candidates do have that right. And obviously, they have to follow the established legal channels, in this case, the courts of law. As Diamond Media, we have been here through this period From what started as the 100 days build up to the 13th of August, 2026, days were getting by. We say talking about a month from now, talking about a week from now. We say it's tomorrow. That's ahead of the voting day. Zambians were able to cast their votes. We did bring the live events and pictures from that day. Up until now, we're just about to conclude with what we've been calling the Zambian vote. We thank you so much for being tuned in to Diamond TV, to Diamond Media through our various platforms. If you've been watching us on DSTV channel 271, GoTV channel 20, been watching us on channel 93 on Topstar. If you've been watching us on our Facebook page, Diamond TV Online, Diamond TV Zambia on YouTube. Hello to everyone watching us from the diaspora, the irrespective time zones. If you've been watching us on elections.diamondtvzambia.com, we appreciate you for trusting us during this time of the election 2026.
Well, this is where we end this edition of the Zambian Vote. I wish I could hear all of the names of the sign language interpreters, but I would like to say thank you so much to Shedrick Piri and Pamela Chanda, as well as Phyllis Mbewe. I hope I said that correctly. But thank you so much to all of them that have been giving us the sign language interpretation. To all of the team.
The team.
On behalf of
the team. What a team. What a team we've had, eh?
Here.
Hey, some of them, I'm surprised some of them are still awake. Cliff is still here, is awake.
All of them that have been here.
But well done to the team, team upstairs, the technical team.
And well done to the presenters that have been carrying us through this Zambian vote, but also to the technical team. I think that they're the ones who also have made this broadcast special with the figures and the numbers and the graphics. It's been a lot of work to the editors, but also, Jimweka, to the reporters that are still awake.
The correspondents.
All of the constituencies across the country. Really, this has been a massive coverage of the election, but our partners as well, with over 40 plus radio stations. The BBC Media Action, we're talking the Alliance for Community Action, and many other partners like FBI as well.
Free Press Initiative
have been here giving us what we.
Just what? It's been done, my brother.
It's been done.
Let's call it a night.
We call it a night.
Oh, morning,
Good morning.
actually. Thank you,
morning.
Zambia, for watching. Goodbye.